Okay. All right.
I'm
Hello,
just
everyone.
muting.
I'm joined today with Porcelain Chips. We were supposed to be doing this tomorrow, but last minute change of plans. Today works better for her, and so we're sort of doing a last minute stream on this now instead. So how are you doing today, Porcelain?
I'm doing okay, except for the fact that I keep mixing up which is the mute button and which is the audio output mute button. That's just rusty. I haven't been streaming consistently in like a long time. You know, had to pull that Yeti out of the old storage box. Uh, the phone cover over the microphone is like totally, I don't know, decomposing on itself. It looks like a weird, Muppet in the back of the Jim Henson storage locker or something.
All right. So hey, let's go ahead and get this. Well, actually, first I do want to. This is worth touching upon, I think. The reason you've been difficult to schedule, and the reason you wanted to do this now instead of tomorrow is a very specific reason. And that's
Yeah,
because you're afraid of talking about this, essentially.
yeah, it's kind of an interesting place we're in right now in the year 2023 instead of 2014. And that is that I'd say the subject we are talking about today is like now a 50-50 forgotten element of the culture war, I think, for a lot of people and in a lot of situations. And um, the thing is that I live in, I guess, what I will call right now the Gavin zone. And gently, I think that's the lightest way to put it. And so this topic is still, sorry, I'm breathing so much. This topic is still very much like a touchy one in that area. And I have lovely roommates, absolutely wonderful roommates. We get along perfectly on every level. I'm physically disabled. I'm used to having a lot of sort of mild friction with roommates and stuff, trying to deal with my issues, their issues, all these human dynamics. But they're lovely roommates that I actually get along with perfectly. I'm an old woman now. I'm in my 30s, and there's just one thing I find that we don't quite get along with, and that has to do with politics and poking each other with the debate stick. That's the only time anything ever doesn't go right. So it's been hard to schedule this interview because I've been very careful about trying to make sure that it would occur during a time when I'm not sharing walls with people who might find the subject matter, I don't know, something that needs to be debated afterwards. When we're all trying to not break a lease.
Yeah, well, if I ever felt as though there was someone who I couldn't have a conversation with, um, I just would basically tell that person to go fuck themselves, and I wouldn't want to associate with them, and I wouldn't consider them a lovely person, but it's your choice. So,
Well, well, see, that is the interesting thing. See, I would have shared your opinion several years ago. I would have. But it's just the problem I find personally is that when it comes to life and the logistics of living and whatnot, you sometimes end up in these positions where you don't necessarily have the option to maneuver freely out of something. And I'm sort of in this position in my life where the truth is I'm not 100% independent. And that's not like saying financially independent. That just means I don't mean to overemphasize it, but I am physically disabled. I am not able to just freely, I don't know, pick and choose what I'm doing with my life. It's a very carefully constructed Jenga tower that I've had to make for myself. I don't really have a support network. I've had to sort of build that support network. There's been a lot of sort of found family elements to it. And so I have to kind of be a little bit politically careful in how I conduct myself, because there is a lot of generosity in the universe and a lot of compassion, but it's not always 100% blind compassion, grace, charity. And so, I'm in a place where I have to be more tactful right now. And maybe in the future I wouldn't feel that way. And in the past, I didn't feel that way, especially when everything was sort of first going down. I was initially open until I started to see sort of how other people were reacting to it. And that made me sort of really reflect on like how the world seems to interpret the events of GamerGate.
Well, I think this fear, is that accurate to call it fear?
It kind of, I don't know if fear is a strong word. It's kind of like when people attach the word phobia to the end of stuff a lot. Like, nowadays people call a lot of things transphobic, but phobic means a fear of, and a lot of the times it's not a fear of, it's like a hate of or something. And in my case, it's, I guess, like in a really broad abstract way, you can call it fear, but it's just really more to me like, I've had to deal with a lot of awkward, bad, icky situations in my life, and I see like this, I don't know, potentiality. I don't want to step in the poop, if that makes any sense. I don't want to step in the poo-doo in this Jenga tower situation. If I can totally avoid it, I lean away, if that makes any sense.
Well, personally,
and I know that, yeah.
Go ahead. You can finish your point.
No, that's all I was saying.
I think that this is the problem, not just about Gamergate, but about everything in our society. Everyone's walking on eggshells constantly, and they're afraid to express their views, which is just driving people into echo chambers, and it's shutting down discussion, and it's making our society worse. Making our
I
lives worse, all
totally,
of our lives.
I totally agree with that. And I do have lots of friends that I don't live with who I can talk about things, and we don't agree on things and agree on other things and whatnot. And I do believe that is the healthier way to go about it. And I don't understand how we have ended up in this situation. Like, I bet we could, spend hours breaking it down incident by incident how we got here. And I think the 2016 elections played a large role in that. Just everybody had like a really extreme reaction to that. But right now in this circumstance, it is a weird clown world that we've ended up in, where I used to always hear Europeans. I've known a lot of European immigrants coming over here, and they were always kind of surprised at how Americans really love to talk about politics, because Europeans are often a little bit more careful, and that's a generalization, but a little bit more careful about when or where to bring that up. And they were like, Americans just talk about politics all over the place. Anytime they can, find an excuse to, they seem to bring it up. And I used to think that was a strange perspective, because to me that was totally normal. And now I feel like I'm seeing that years and years later. Like, oh, now I feel like we're being the careful ones about it. And, I don't like it. As ironic as it is, and then I'm participating and perpetuating that, I also don't like it.
Yeah, and we're in the United States, we're in this position where like everyone wants to talk about politics, but most Americans also hold opinions that they're terrified that if they were found out that their lives would be destroyed. Or at the very least that they would suffer undue hardships.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting aspect to it all, because I would say like I almost want to. It does tie back into a lot of other things. I feel like we're all getting really encouraged nowadays. Like, you gotta share your opinion more than ever, but also you're going to get punished more than ever for saying anything. And that is a super weird perspective.
Well,
And
the perspective is that we want you to share your opinion, but only if you agree with us, essentially.
yeah, and it's very bizarre. Like, I would almost pin it back to, I remember this what I found was like a big milestone or shift was when Facebook gained popularity over MySpace, because MySpace created a sort of ecosystem where it was suddenly 50-50 on the internet, where I not to dox myself too much, but I first logged in about 9 years old in the mid 90s. And I remember everybody was anon, no matter what. Like, I literally made friends with a professor at a university, very tentative friends as a child, because they literally left a few editorial comments on a fan fiction of mine. And we talked very briefly on ICQ back and forth. And I learned a lot from that. But everybody was anonymous. Like, no matter how much they needed to, say, mention their credentials, they still wanted to protect their identity. They wanted to keep their anonymity. And then MySpace came around, and MySpace was an ecosystem where I felt like the universe became 50-50. Like, some people want to use their names, and then some people want to stay anon, and that was considered fine. Whatever choice you made on MySpace, you could be friends with a bunch of anons with strange usernames and a bunch of fan art, and you know, they're obviously some kind of a fictional caricature person controlled by somebody, whatever, and then half your friends are your friends from high school, and that was considered okay. And then Facebook happened, and Facebook, I felt like, was this weird turning point where everyone's like, you should use your name. You should just use your real name, and you should just be yourself and say everything that you said when you were anonymous, but with your name next to it. And I felt like at the time it was sort of being marketed like, this is about the internet growing up. Like, it's a step in growing up. Being anonymous, that's something you did as a child, as an underage person, as almost a protective mechanism. But now that you're an adult, you should be yourself, and that's the adult thing to do. That's the adult thing to do, to make that change in your online activity. And I kind of bought into that, and then I realized over time, like, I feel like that is part of this whole political mess we're in now, where we are being encouraged to express ourselves, but also it's looked down upon to be anon while expressing yourself. You should express yourself with a photo of your face next to it. And it's like, I think that was the mistake. I think that was like one of the biggest mistakes. And GamerGate happened around that turning point a few years afterwards. You know, everybody starts using their real names, their real pictures of their faces, and then some giant powder keg goes off, and people start talking about it with their face next to it. And I think that was a big thing. And that also was a big thing that woke me up, like, you know what? Using an avatar, using a funny name, that's we have to go back.
Yeah, and I just want to provide some context here for the book and for the audience. Cato Institute, which is a libertarian think tank, it should be noted, did a poll that found that 62% of Americans say that, quote, the political climate these days prevents me from saying things I believe because others might find them offensive, unquote. This was 52% of Democrats, 59% of independents, and 77% of Republicans. The only group of people surveyed who actually don't feel afraid of talking about their views are people with strong liberal views, quote unquote. People who identify as strong liberals. Only 42% of them are afraid to discuss their views, whereas every other group, including liberals, moderates, conservatives, and strong conservatives, are afraid to discuss their opinions.
Sounds about right. That sounds pretty on the money, numbers wise.
All right, well, hey, Tell me about your GamerGate experience.
Oh boy. Okay. Starting.
That sounds.
It's so the first thing I kind of want to warn the audience about is that there's a lot of feels in my story. There's a lot of vibes. There's a lot of feels that kind of motivated me and fueled my perspective at the time, and looking back still affects my ability to, sort of process everything. And I feel like that's an important disclosure because for a lot of other people, it was very strictly about, the particular ethics issues. And then that was that. Or people were total trolls about it. And that was that. And for me, it was like, I was going for ethics, but there was like a lot of emotional baggage that was sort of propelling this. And where that came from was that I had a few years previously been going into a professional direction that I was very passionate about and very interested in, and I was really welcomed into that space by everybody, and it seemed to be going pretty okay, and I wasn't getting any direct jobs for doing stuff that I really wanted to do, but I was like doing the stuff like all the free gopher gigs and helping to promote other people in the industry and whatnot, and making connections. And I thought like, I am heading somewhere. I'm like, 19, 20, 22, I'm going places. I'm going to be somebody in this arena that I want to work in. And then I noticed at some point, like, I'm a gopher still. A lot of people who at 18 are out of university now, and I'm still kind of puttering around and whatnot. And I had made good friends with a lot of people within the sphere who I really trusted. And at some point, a professional in this field, or I don't know if it was one particular guy, it could have been this person and like one or two other people talking about it, they got very frank with me. They wanted to be really honest because they were worried. They saw that I was sort of spinning my wheels, and they were trying, as messed up as this is going to sound, they were trying to be helpful. And they kind of sat me down. They said, look, your talent, your technique is not at a place yet where people are going to hire you. You're just not really there yet. You might be there in 5 years, 10 years, you're not there yet, and that's why you're spinning your wheels. But you do have options because you're a cute girl. You could. They basically introduced me to the fact that there was a casting couch situation in the industry, and they were like, "Look, we're not saying you should, but you could get yourself potentially into a position, and then sort of retroactively work your way into legitimizing that. You could do this. You have that option. It's totally on the table. It's totally a thing that happens regularly. You can do it. That's a method. Otherwise, if you want to not do that, you're probably going to take a lot longer to get to where you want." And, they were, and it is this weird thing of like, if you spend too much time in a field not going anywhere, you can get sort of, you can lose that drive, and you can sort of just sputter out onto the side. And there was no pressure, but there was just this sort of showing. It's like somebody pulls back a curtain, and there's the casting couch right behind the curtain, saying like, it exists. That's something you could do. And I honestly thought about that while still spinning my wheels around and, helping people out for free and promoting stuff for free and just working. And what I realized was I could not possibly do that because it would hurt me too much. I knew that it would hurt me, and it would make me not feel good about myself, and it would affect me psychologically, like on a deep level. And I realized it would not be worth whatever I would gain out of going that way. And if I wasn't talented enough on a technical level to actually make it, and that's why I'm still not where I want to be, I walked away. I just walked out. I said like, okay, I'm sad, this is sad, but I can't do the thing. I can't do that possibly, and I'm not getting anywhere. I'm going to put my energy somewhere else. I don't know where, but I'm going to put my energy somewhere else because I'm not going to, hurt myself emotionally and psychologically on that level. I'm just not going to do that. And then the Zoe post happened a few years later. Just like a year and a half, it's a handful of times. It was not that long afterwards. And I was just sort of getting over all of this emotionally. And I've always loved video games very, very much. I've always loved the idea of video games. I'm very limited sort of in what video games I can play effectively because I'm physically disabled. And it's mostly coordination problems. So like, from what I was saying earlier, I quote unquote looked nice, but like, God forbid, my hand-eye coordination, all this stuff is pretty goofed up. But I've always appreciated games. I've always been that person who sits on the couch next to their friend watching them play a game that I can't play, or I don't necessarily have an interest, but I'm interested in watching them play through it. And that was always a field, like, in the back of my mind, that was my wild pipe dream of, like, I would kind of like to be involved in video games. I don't know how, but I would love to. And then the Zoe post happened, and it kind of got me on a deep level because it was sort of exposing the idea, like, there could be, or there is, some kind of casting couch thing going on in video games. And that just really upset me because I had sort of always thought, video games is a young industry. It's not the movie industry. It's not other industries that are like, half a century old or older. It's a young industry. That's not happening there. The people in video games, they're too progressive. They're too young. They're too hip. They're not doing that. That's a creepy old Mr. Weinstein problem. It's not a young industry problem. And it broke my heart. And that was sort of the initial thing that got me really involved. I was like, it can't be video games. I have to dig into this. It can't be this thing that I love that is also now rotting from the inside,
Right.
And that's what initially got me in.
And I actually wrote about this, and I quote you in my first book on pages 37, 38, and 39. It's discussed your perspective on this. And I quote you as saying, I was very concerned that if this was something that was let go or wasn't really discussed and tackled, that it would create an unsafe environment for women in video games. Because a common angle that a lot of people don't talk about when it comes to making an environment safe for everyone to coexist is that even if a scandalous act is beneficial to all parties involved, it creates a negative situation where in the future, there might be pressure or expectation for people to do certain things to get certain outcomes when they shouldn't be expected to do those things. And that's where I really got involved with GamerGate. I was really concerned about the idea of an environment starting up where people would feel pressure that if they want to get their game covered or get media attention, then they would need to do things that they may or may not want to do. That was you, and quoted in my first book.
Yeah. Oh, and thank you for including me on that. Like, yeah, because that's just the bottom line. Is like, I think, not to spiral off on too much of another tangent, but I really believe that the one part that sort of modern feminism really forgets or doesn't pay attention to is the particulars of how an industry operates and how that can hurt / affect women. Like, I mean, I don't. It's weird to bring this up, maybe, but the hard, true facts are like less than 10% of the human population is homosexual. The majority of the human population is heterosexual. So mixed work environments, it's really important that they have to be platonic work environments, and that it can be dangerous if you leave the door open to them being platonic. If you say like, well, the casting couch is okay as long as it's an empowering casting couch, which is an argument I heard people made, that if a woman is intentionally the one sort of driving that, she's offering herself out to people, then it's empowering. It's only bad if you've got the man in power who is pressuring a person into doing something they don't want to do. But it's okay when a woman offers that out. And I would argue that it's absolutely not okay, because it sets a precedence. And it sets this precedence that people can expect that as part of the gig. And if somebody is not willing to participate in that, that puts them at a competitive disadvantage. And it's just not okay. It's not okay to set that up. And I had always just believed, like I said previously, that it was connected often to the age of an industry. That if an industry is young, if something is quote unquote, young, it's only 10 years old, 20 years old, 30 years old, that we are smart enough. We've gone through first wave feminism, second wave feminism, third wave feminism. I think we're on fourth now. And, we should be like smarter than that. And just the idea that it's like, oh, apparently, no.
What I do want to say, though, that we... do you want to... Okay, you finish your point real quick.
Oh, no, that's all I was going to say.
Obviously, we don't necessarily know why Zoe Quinn felt that she had to, or felt that she wanted to have sex with Nathan Grayson or other people in the industry.
Yeah.
So we don't know necessarily that there was a perceived quid pro quo, or that she thought it might help her career. That could be the case, or it could be that they were just starstruck lovers, or who knows, right?
Yeah.
But
it just
obviously
the coincidences line up in a way that causes one to wonder and perhaps even look into. And then that's where things get icky from a journalistic or investigative standpoint, is we get into that weird icky zone of how far can you sort of poke that subject with a stick before it becomes invasive, before you're going too private into somebody's life. It starts to get into thought crime territory, and it's difficult to parse when you've crossed that line.
Now, obviously, a few years after GamerGate started, there was the Me Too movement, and there was this societal understanding that a lot of, not just in the film industry, but especially in the film industry and also other areas too, that there was this sort of casting couch culture where if you wanted to get certain positions, you had to sleep with certain people and give them sexual favors in order to advance your own personal career and succeed. And I think society, like, rightly criticized that once this was revealed. And society, like, rightly recognized, like, hey, look, we probably shouldn't, like, run the industry this way. And I don't know if it's gotten any better or not, but, like, there were, like, attempts at least to try and, like, have a conversation about that and, like, make the industry better. But when it happened in the gaming industry, that didn't happen. Why?
Well, that's an interesting part, and that is really what got me like into this. So initially, I was very much just like, I'm going to read up on this. I'm going to dig. I'm going to go hang out with the sweaty, smelly diggers. You know the ones. There are like these Skype groups. There's like 100 people in them, and all they're doing is they're churning through information documents. They're digging. They're trying to figure out, like, wait, how messed up might the video game industry actually be right now? How many different weird collusion kind of things are going in. And I was totally sitting in on that. I'll admit I was not doing a lot of the footwork myself. I was mostly reading other people's efforts and what they were doing. And then there was that turning point, like you said, where, okay, so there's the Me Too comes up. And I found that to be an interesting situation, because I thought that this was an opportunity to start talking about the video game problem with people in real life, because Me Too was a very normie, thing brought out into the mainstream media. It wasn't a niche thing. It was being talked about on national television. And I kind of I brought it up to people I knew because I thought that what had happened with the Zoe post and whatnot was a Me Too scenario where it's like, I don't know what to call it. It's the gender bend, gender reverse version of the Me Too situation. And so I brought it up because I thought like, hey, this is happening in video games like right now, but for some reason nobody's really talking about it on mainstream media, but they are talking about Weinstein. What do you think about it? And I was shocked to find that in real life, all of my friends who identified very firmly as being in supportive of women getting into various industry and fields are not commonly, populating and all this kind of stuff, they were like, whatever Zoe Quinn did, she had the right to do. And then I was like, what? And they're like, well, it's fine when a woman volunteers this kind of thing, if that's what she did. Then that's empowering. And I kind of pushed back and I was like, but that makes it hard on other people. And they're like, no, it doesn't. I mean, she's just being sex positive if that's what's happened. And I was like, and I tried to, like, I just told you, with the other bits we were just saying, is that I tried to explain that out, like you're setting, it sets a precedence, and I could not get that through to anybody. Like, I really couldn't find somebody, and if anything, I got kind of an aggressive or defensive pushback of kind of like, hey, you're the one sort of thinking in the wrong direction here. A lot of people were implying that I was slut shaming by bringing this up or by trying to tie this into Me Too. It's like, hey, that's not part of Me Too. You're slut shaming. And that kind of radicalized me because I was thinking about my own personal things that I had gone through, and I was like, no, I can tell you, I feel like I was kind of placed in a bad, predicament, and I felt really downtrodden. I spent a lot of time feeling very. I lost a lot of confidence after I walked away from that other industry, just because I was really questioning a lot, and I didn't have a good sense of direction at the time, and it was just really bizarre to hear people not see the connections between these things. And I know I'm at this point I'm going off the rails, but like that was just at the time what sort of pushed me to just double down on like, I'm going to follow this Gamergate train to the end.
And I did speak with a critic of Gamergate. I'm not sure if you saw Hannah Zamora, and she argued not about the casting couch situation in particular. I'm not sure that came up, or not at length at least. But we talked about like, okay, there's this controversy going on, a number of different controversies going on actually at the same time, and some people want to have a conversation now about the corruption that they see in the games press, and also some of the ideas that are being floated out there, like we need to make video games less violent, we need to make them less sexy, things like that. We should have this conversation now. Um, and Hannah Zamora actually disagreed. She thought that, well, because there were some people on the internet who were slut shaming or who were engaging in harassment, that the conversation should have been postponed. That, hey, look, August 2014 isn't a good time to talk about video games and problems in the industry. We should postpone any such conversations for an indeterminate amount of time until quote unquote harassment stops or the harassment of Zoe Quinn stops. Um, and that was sort of like her argument against talking about this stuff. And she thought or she said essentially that it was immoral for people to have conversations about industry issues at that period of time because some people on the internet were not being very nice and were doing stuff that she thought was wrong.
See, that is an interesting part of sort of our current modern zeitgeist that I feel like is so 2020s, 2010s that I feel like wasn't as big of a deal or didn't exist in previous decades. This idea, because I started to hear a little bit of it at the time. This idea of like, we need to postpone this conversation. We need to have a conversation, but we need to have it later with various different political topics, including Gamergate. And but now, years later, looking back at it, what I can say is I definitely don't support the idea of ever putting off a conversation, because what I feel like we've seen in the last few years is that is just used as a reason to not talk about something, because people will say like, we need to put off the conversation until everyone cools down and we have experts to come in and somehow moderate or deal with it. But all the people who are calling to shut it down are never they don't organize it. They don't organize the pick up the topic again part. They're just shutting it down at the time, and they are preventing people from working through it, because I would argue at this point, looking back, you need to work through things in order to put them to bed. You have to talk about this stuff, because once you completely talk about it, then you're done. And I can't give like a super specific example of this, but like, I personally am absolutely not qualified in healthcare or medical or mental health care whatsoever. But I have a background in being sort of surrounded by people in that field, and people and me talking about that very openly, how a lot of that stuff tends to work. And the thing is, there is something incredibly therapeutic, healing, and also sort of gets it out of your system to completely unload whatever you're feeling about something. Completely talk it out. Like if you're stressing out about something because you're worried it's going to fail, it's going to mess up, sometimes, not always, but sometimes, stopping and then just taking a deep breath and talking it completely out until you run out of things to say, worries to express, feelings, bad, good, destructive, positive, negative, all these things, and you just let it all out. You vomit your emotions, basically. You often end up then being done with it. Like you've reached kind of a form of closure, even if you don't have a specific conclusion, because you ran out of the energy or the whatever to sort of blah on about it, because you got it out, you said your piece, you're sort of, you've worked it out. And we needed to not talk about Gamergate at the time. I would argue that pushback that was happening at the time was only perpetuating the half-life of Gamergate. That Gamergate could have been all done and settled if everyone just talked it out on the internet, on boards, on places, and had no censorship. They're just able to just blab it all out. They would have run out of steam, everybody would have calmed down, and anything that would have followed would have been much more rational and thoughtful. That's just my thought.
And when women in the film industry did make accusations against Harvey Weinstein, and this Me Too movement blew up into this massive societal discourse, I I definitely don't recall people saying, "Oh, we should wait to have this conversation then," even though I'm sure there were people on the internet making snide comments on social media, um, and maybe even engaging in harassment. Who knows? Probably it's the internet. There's billions of people about the actresses who made these accusations. But like nobody said, well, hang on, until the snide comments go away, we can't have a conversation about the industry practices.
Yeah, and that is also, I think the whole Me Too thing around Harvey Weinstein is also a little bit of a mask-off moment, because what happened is I am not privy to the exact dynamics, but I highly suspect, something had internally shifted where Harvey Weinstein's position of power had fallen off a little bit somehow. Like he's just touchable. we can just call him out for this now. Because I'm sure you remember he had been doing this for a very long time to many people. And so something had to have changed because he hadn't like left the industry and then after this happens sometimes somebody will leave an industry and then a whole controversy will erupt only after they've left. He didn't leave. He was in the middle of everything. But suddenly it was okay to call him out. And I don't have exact proof for this whatsoever, but I highly believe that Me Too only happened because somebody somewhere connected the dots and said, at this point, we can turn on Harvey. We can expose Harvey for what he is and we'll be safe. For some reason, we will be safe now when we would not have been safe before. And I don't know what or how that happened. But I did see that in the media, that it was open season on that person and it was okay. And I suspect there was never just one Harvey Weinstein in the picture, that there are other people. But for some reason, he's now okay to go after, and those other people might be okay to go after in the future, but not yet. And I don't know what that is. And I think when it comes back to GamerGate, what was going on is that it was so embroiled already. I feel like the people involved were so embroiled with various things as it was. Like I remember Zoe Quinn, and then at some point Anita Sarkeesian got involved. I felt like she kind of stepped in from left field on that one. Like, wait, you're in here too, but she. And I think Zoe were both very aligned with sort of a political identity thing with the whole feminism thing. And somehow that made it more difficult to just talk about what had happened.
Can you define what GamerGate was?
To me, it was an incident that blossomed into a deeper dig. And what I mean by that is I would argue that 90% of people, or like 80% of people that I knew that got involved, initially got involved because they heard the Five Guys thing and they were like, whoa, what's going on with the video game industry? And then immediately expanded out their investigations to figure out how deep were other various collusionary things happening in the industry at this point. Because everybody knew about Dorito King. And that, I looking back, like we watched that, we watched the Airplay documentary together. I now, looking back at it, feel like the whole Dorito King joke was a very intentional move. Like I feel like that was almost a manufactured meme, because I think at the time, I forget his name, but that guy I think
Jeff
was
Keighley.
trying to, yeah, I think Jeff Keighley was actually trying to send a smoke signal. He was saying like, hey, I'm getting thrown sponsor money and I really want to emphasize to you, the consumer, that I'm starting to get pumped full of sponsorship money. Like, I think he was trying to kind of tell people, like, whatever I say at this point forward, I'm holding a bag of Doritos. I'm holding a bag of Doritos. I'm holding an energy drink. I feel like he was trying to emphasize that, sort of looking back at everything. But I don't know. What was the question again? I got kind of off track.
Can you define GamerGate?
Yeah. So I just think that it was. It started with one incident. There wasn't really a super deep rabbit hole on that incident, but I feel like the burgers and fries was enough of a rabbit hole that it sort of turned people towards realizing that there could be more different incidences happening, and that it's not just Dorito King floating around in the sky. Obviously he's sponsored, like he's basically screaming it, I'm sponsored, up in the clouds. These people that we think are more organic, phenomenon, maybe they're not organic phenomenon. Maybe there's more social engineering going on. Maybe there's more this or that. And I feel like it became a much bigger dig. And then I also think it was a consumer revolt. Like I feel like the digging, the consumer revolt, it all was like the consumers of some product suddenly all woke up together, that this wasn't just a haze of, I don't know, just hanging out and playing video games. That there was like bigger, ickier things going on right under the surface, and it all just erupted at once. And so I definitely think it was a consumer movement. I think it was way more of a consumer movement than a harassment campaign. But at the same time, I gotta say, what's awkward for me is, like, I swear I didn't see much of any harassment on my end, but anytime I say that, like, to an anti-GamerGate person, you know, they totally flip out. But I don't know what to say to them, because it's like, I didn't see it really. So I have a difficult time, you know, seeing it from that perspective, because I saw the consumer revolt. I was hanging out with the smelly diggers. You know, I just didn't see that angle. So short answer, I feel like it was consumer revolt, consumer awakening, investigative realization.
Well, you you found out about this stuff prior to the Gamers Are Dead articles and when the burgers and fries slash conspiracy stuff was happening, correct?
Yeah. So it was conspiracy. I picked up on it pretty fast because I was following Monday Matt, and suddenly this video comes up, and I'm like, oh, and I literally jumped in as soon as I saw that there were groups that were forming to look into this. Like, hey, can we either prove or disprove this thing that Matt brought up? I was like, I want in on that. I want to see, like, is it real? Is it not? Because again, like I said, there was an emotional component where I wanted to know if it was either true or not, because I was trying to sort of settle my own concerns. You know, because I'm never going to compare myself to somebody who has, like, wartime PTSD, but, like, there was a little bit of, you know, the dog with the superimposed Vietnam imagery as he stares at the muffin kind of thing. That was happening inside of my head a little bit, like, not video games. So I got involved in looking through all that, and then I swear I was, like, in those groups, just kind of hanging around, not contributing really. I'm really just reading everyone else's work. I'm consuming the information that everyone else is digging around for and whatnot. And then Gamers Are Dead starts, and that just felt so weird. And I can go on a little bit of a tangent and relate that to one other experience in my life, but it's not connected to GamerGate. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll keep it short. So I used to listen to talk radio when talk radio was basically, you know, what we think of now as like a YouTube stream with call-ins, right? And anyways, I used to listen to a lot of news talk radio, where they would take call-ins and people openly discuss politics. And a lot of my favorite channels were channels that would have, like, a conservative host for 1 hour and then a liberal host, and, like, they cover the same news story of the day because it's like a big news story, but because they have different audiences, they have different opinions, you get, like, really different perspectives and all this. And I remember, and I was listening to talk radio really early because I like listening to something in the background while I'm working on other things. And even as a child, you know, I'm busy puttering around doing stuff, listening to talk radio in the background. And 9/11 happened. Perspectives and all this. It's like, okay, 9/11 happened. We invade Afghanistan. All that stuff happens. And then a lot of the talk radio hosts were kind of pushing, and these were all, like, I don't know what to call it, old men who used to work as, like, hardline news journalists, and as a retirement career they're doing talk radio, but, like, they used to, you know, do investigative reporting, they used to be embedded with units, they used to go around the world and do stuff, and now they're, you know, sitting in a nice comfortable chair in a radio studio talking about the headlines that other people are generating. And it comes up that, you know, a lot of these guys, and they don't vote the same way, they don't have the same opinions at all, they start all talking at the same time. They're like, you know, they're probably going to invade Iraq now. You know, the the Bush administration is probably going to utilize 9/11 to get into Iraq. And the callers were calling in and saying, like, that's ridiculous. That is a conspiracy theory. There's no way the United States will ever invade Iraq. There's nothing connecting Iraq to 9/11. This is never going to happen. What are you guys talking about? And all these different talk show hosts, start bringing up evidence that they feel is like signs, signals, things that are being sent from the Pentagon and whatnot, a little memo ditty that somebody gets somewhere, from some obscure place or whatever. And initially it sounded very conspiratorial because it's like, where are you getting this from? This is pure speculation. But just more and more little tiny bits, but nothing huge. And then the United States invades Iraq. And that was like this weird moment for me as a kid where I realized that the big mainstream narrative and whatever is actually happening in the world are not connected until they have to be connected. You don't have to admit that anybody is thinking about invading a country until it's time to vote to invade that country. And I felt like the Gamers Are Dead articles was a bit like that moment I heard on the radio. We've just entered. We have entered Afghanistan over the. Not Afghanistan. Iraq over the Kuwait border, I think it was, and that moment hit me with the Gamers Are Dead articles. Like, wait. We don't think they're just talking to each other and sharing ideas. It's happening. Like, it's happening right here. And so that was another, like, oh my God moment.
So some people in the anti-GamerGate community, and even in the pro-GamerGate community, say that some of the burgers and fries stuff seemed like it was sexist. What do you think of that?
I don't know. Because at the time I felt like there was no sexism involved. I completely related to what was happening in terms of like calling out the whole thing. I didn't see it as sexist. But also I'm going to admit that I'm maybe not the best person to ask about that because I was born with an XY chromosome, but I've just never gotten into that idea that because I share organs with other people walking around on planet Earth and maybe a similar hormonal cocktail as other people on planet Earth, that, I should share similar opinions in that lineup. I've always felt like, I relate to people and things at face value. I try, or I don't feel like I automatically just fall in line with certain lines of thought. And so when people start to say that there was a lot of sexism involved, I just didn't see it at the time because I feel like I saw what the motivating push was, and I felt like that was not gendered at all. The bottom line is that it doesn't matter what gender or sex the people were involved in the incident, in the burger and fries incident. You could have flipped it all the way around, could have flipped it the other way. You could have had everyone be, non-binary. You could have had everybody be trans or whatnot. I did not see that I did not see sexism because I did not see that as like a component in the specific incident. I saw the ramifications as being very related to sex and gender stuff. Like I saw the ramifications as affecting women in the industry, but I didn't see that incident as sexist. And so I've had a difficult time relating to that because I know a lot of people see it that way, and I don't really want to like stomp on their personal perspective, but I cannot relate to that. perspective.
I just want to say real quick, thank you. We had 4 people tuning in on YouTube, 1 on Kick. Um, I know this was supposed to happen tomorrow, so I do appreciate those of you who are tuning in now today. I know it's going to be a smaller audience, probably a smaller viewership, and a less active chat because we didn't. This was literally we gave people like 4 minutes heads up that this was going to go live, and not at the scheduled time at all. So thank you
Yeah,
for tuning in. I do appreciate it. And if you do watch the video and you do want to help out the project, normally chats I think do help out with that, but you can also leave comments since most of the people watching this are going to be catching the video after. Please definitely leave comments and like the video. I do appreciate it. Thank you. And sorry, you were saying?
I was just saying, Tachyon, thank you so much for putting up with me rescheduling at the last second. Not to rehash too much to the audience, but just I have been a thorn in Tachyon's side for quite a while because I keep like being very non-committal about when I could do this because of my roommate situation, my living situation, and you've been putting up with me so much. I appreciate it. I've worked in a lot of spaces where, of course, somebody would have just blocked my number by now, kind of a thing. And today just happened to be the perfect day, and that's why I really had to jump on it. Is because I just saw it as like, I think today I can give you my best effort, and other days might not be so much because again, besides the certain logistical issues, another aspect is I am physically disabled, and some days are not good days, and I was having a few days of vascular migraines and problems, neurological problems like that. And then again, today is like this weird day where everything lined up. I woke up without a migraine. I woke up with an empty house, and I really thought like this would be better. Then tomorrow could be different. Tomorrow I could be migraining again. Tomorrow there could be some incident where like I need to host a group of people. I don't know. So just really I felt like today would be a good day for your book, for the best version that this could be.
Yeah, no worries. Do you consider yourself a gamer?
I do, but I will put like a little asterisk on that, and then like I fully admit that I'm not like, I don't know what to call it. Like, I think that there are quote unquote gamer girls who play more video games than me. And there are, sort of whatever you want to call it, just any, group of people that we often think is sort of more on the poser end. They probably actually play more games than I do. I don't play games as often as I did when I was a kid, and I've always been that kind of gamer where I like really fixate on specific titles, and sort of in my quote unquote old age, I've physically gotten to the point where I'm more limited in what kinds of games I could play. Like I was limited before, but in the last like 5 years or so, that's kind of narrowed down more in terms of what I can play. I developed like I started doing YouTube videos. Mild tangent. I started doing YouTube videos on stuff, and that kind of dropped off. And one thing that like I've said privately is part of the reason why that dropped off is I started to have like sort of seizure-like symptoms and stuff, and that plays into the whole video game thing. So I consider myself a gamer, but I'm kind of a very particular, not all the time. I end up watching a stupid amount of Let's Plays nowadays. And I'm kind of embarrassed how much of my quote-unquote game time is really Let's Play watching time. But that's just how it kind of ended up. I think it's an amazing medium. It's a medium that I've always dabbled with in terms of making my own stuff, like mucking around with little projects. Whenever anybody makes like a really easy to use editing program or whatnot, I'm fiddling with that. I would love to make a video game one day. I got into tabletop partially because I already liked video game RPG stuff, and I liked the idea of how tabletop allows you to make your own games, but without the programming component. You know, there's obviously math and a lot of intricate stuff involved in that, but because it is a different format, you can make your own stuff, and it's a different kind of process to make your own stuff, which can be easier or more difficult, you know, than things. So that's the long answer, but yeah, I think of myself as a gamer, but I just like to asterisk that like 12 times, and then give an overly bloated explanation.
Well, can you briefly describe what the term gamer means to you and if it's gendered?
Um, so I only think gamer is gendered if you decide that you're going to, I don't know, create a trying to think of what to call it, a straw man or something. Like I understand why the typical stereotypical image of a gamer is some gross dude in his basement playing video games. I totally get that, because, you know, what is a stereotype? It's like taking all the negative worst parts of a majority and then like smushing it together into one thing. And so I get that, but as just a legitimate word term used in conversation, I don't innately gender the word gamer, because I think that especially now it's so expanded, and like my long-winded explanation of how I think of myself as one, but also I feel like I have to define it more. I do think it is non-gendered as long as you are open-minded to not gendering. And I know that's probably a kind of a bizarre way to put it.
So you mentioned like fake gamers, and I don't think you used that exact phrase, but I'll use
Posers.
that phrase for posers. Yes, use posers.
Effing
And this
posers.
is something I've not really talked about in the interview series so far.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's not really relevant to GamerGate directly, but it might be worth exploring a little bit. Uh, Obviously, there are a huge number of women, including yourself, who like love video games, and a huge number of like men who do too. And there was this rhetoric in like the late 2000s about the supposed like in early 2010s, I guess, with like the fake gamers. These
Mm-hmm.
and this was often something that was said about like certain women. I don't think it. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was a common occurrence that women experienced, like who just played games in general. But obviously, gaming blew up into this massive hobby. It was just growing and growing and growing over decades, and most of the people who played games were men, but there were also a lot of women who played games too. Let's say like I don't know the exact breakdown, but like 70-30 or it's like 60-40, 60% men,
Mm-hmm.
40% women, right? So it was, slightly more male leaning. And that's totally cool. I think there's nothing wrong with that inherently. Um, but there was this marketers would try and use like sex sells with video games. And so like like every porn star would come out with like pictures of themselves holding a controller, and then like there was a perception like, well, a lot of these people don't even care about games. They're just trying to use games to market their pornographic materials and try to promote themselves. Um, and some people said that. And there was like websites like Game Crush that came out where you like where men could pay money to play video
Mm-hmm.
games with women, and like it was just like this weird stuff going on. And so some people on the internet were saying like, well, there's a lot of like fake gamer girls. And then
Oh,
obviously,
oh,
go ahead.
I will say, I think there are fake gamer girls. I absolutely do, because I'm relating this back to something else. So like I said earlier, I used to do a bunch of promotional work and a bunch of free gopher work, as I'd call it. You know, the run things from here to there, call somebody for me. Can you arrange this, and this, blah, 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 blah. Basically, like, if you're doing sort of almost on the ground secretary work for people, but not getting paid for it. Wait a minute, I need to get a drink. I'm sorry. Okay, I talked too much. So anyways, I spent a lot of time on convention floors, working conventions as this kind of person, and I would say working the convention scene around the same time. Like when I say convention scene, I mean Comic-Con, anime conventions, furry conventions, all that kind of stuff. You gotta get those brochures out. Gotta get people, aware of the things and the stuff and the whatever that's happening. Push, push, push. I saw on the floor of these places absolutely the fake gamer girl phenomenon happening with video gaming stuff, with anime stuff, with comic book stuff. I saw them creeping into the comic book scene. And what I would say, while I sit here wearing my paper Burger King patriarchy crown, is that it all stems from, I think, a human behavior that's like totally natural. And I don't think it's gendered. I think men do it and women do it. And what it is it's this tendency towards, there's a certain kind of strategy towards finding, I'm going to get very lobster lord Jordan Peterson here, if you don't mind. But very lobster lordy explanation. I think that both men and women have a tendency, in under certain circumstances, certain individuals will figure out what it is that draws a certain kind of person towards a certain kind of hobby or thing, and that person is the kind of person they want to somehow get in contact with. I'm not saying explicitly for, I don't know what to call it, dating purposes, but they want to get that kind of person's attention. And so they change their own behavior to appeal to that kind of person. And I would call it, looking back more, not so much it's the fake gamer girl thing, but it's just kind of the poser strategy. The person who is like, I want the attention, the love and the interest of a gamer. So I'm going to become the thing, the person that's going to attract that person to me. And I feel really bad saying all this, but I think it's real. And I think the problem that we were having at the time, and we continue to problem, is that because I think poser behavior is both real and it's not gendered. Men and women both do this. But because nobody wants to really acknowledge that behavior in humans exists, we then are constantly getting outraged and defending when that behavior is happening, and then the fact that behavior is being defended doubles it down in the heads of people who do that this is an acceptable form of behavior that has no repercussions, and that they should stay with that strategy. So, are there fake gamer girls? Yeah, I think so.
The devil's advocate in chat says, quote, and he uses quotes, "Go home, parenthesis, fake gamer girl." A reference to the Law and Order, for the context for the book, a reference to the Law and Order SVU episode where this fake terrorist group of gamers tried to yelled "Go home, gamer girl." I still haven't seen that episode though. I need to watch it. I hear it's hilarious.
Oh, it's so cringe. It's so cringe.
I do feel. Oh God.
I've seen it multiple times with different Skype groups and people when it came out. I don't remember it too well now. I just remember my reaction was just oof. Tone deaf.
I do wanna. I obviously have to be super careful talking about this stuff because you don't want, because I think that the number of the fake gamer girls or even fake gamer boys, I think it's really small.
Push back on me,
it's less than 1% of the people who do this. It's such a tiny number of people. And it's usually really obvious because they're usually trying to sell you some sort of product when they do it.
Yeah, and this is gonna probably surprise a lot of people, but in a weird way, I really like Belle Delphine because Belle Delphine is honest. Belle Delphine's like, I am going for your wallet, nyan, wink, smiley, the little smiley face she has down perfectly, nyan. She's honest, and in a weird way, I kind of like her for that because she's just saying like, this is just what I'm doing. I'm just gonna slip in here and take all your hearts and your monies, and that's how it is. And it's like, good for you, Belle, because you're not, I don't know what to call it. You're not trying to have your cake and eat it too, kind of a thing. I'd argue where the frustration with the gamer girl comes from is that a lot of these people are opportunists, but they also don't want to be called out for being opportunists. That's the problem. And then they're like, well, I want to get in on this, but also if anyone notices the ruse, I'm just going to be offended. And it's like, that's sort of the fuel for the fire, why there's so much why there's so much fervor against the quote unquote gamer girl is because when these people do get called out, even though there aren't many of them, but when they get called out, a lot of the time, they do suddenly wave the flag of feminism. They're like, these sexist gamers hate me. And it's like, no, they don't like your behavior. It has nothing to do with your gender, your sex, your anything. It's your being manipulative. And they figured it out.
And
And you're sad that they figured it out.
I think that like you've touched upon this too, but
Mm,
this poser phenomenon, it's not unique to gaming.
yeah,
It's anytime
yeah,
that there's something that's become really popular all of a sudden, or even gradually over time, there's gonna be
yeah,
like a large number of people who like, oh well, this guy, this a lot of it's like teenagers too. A lot of it's just teenagers who are
yeah,
trying to find themselves in the world, and like they're like, well, this boy I like at school, or this girl I like at school is like really into gaming. I don't really care about that, but like I'm gonna have to like pretend like I'm super interested in this topic all of a sudden, so I can like win their affections. And like that's like a normal thing that teenagers do, and like people do probably, and that's like
yeah.
probably
And then,
fine. And that could be an opportunity for like them to become like a really interested gamer and enthusiast for the hobby for sure if they're
oh yeah,
genuine.
no, and what you just described is like what I would call the normal, base, organic, natural form of that. Totally, is that it's that initial, you're developing as a human, and you're trying to figure out how to interact with other humans appropriately. And part of that is learning how people have interests and hobbies, and then asking yourself if you share those things, or if there's, it's I that's what I was kind of trying to say is I think poserdom is a normal is part of our DNA in a way, that's sort of an ingrained human behavior. But part of the thing about us being humans is that we are animals, or at least I'm an atheist. I think we're animals, and we're running, we do run off of our software, basically, that we have in us. And then what's unique about us is we're smart enough to look back at our own behavior and to pass thoughtful, cognizant judgment on it. And so what you just described makes absolute sense. But I guess we're the tangent about the fake gamer girl is that the fake gamer girl, the poser, is when that behavior gets extended out in a way that starts to become, from a societal level, not very acceptable. It's not very acceptable to be taking this evolutionary survival strategic social behavior and to really, I think on a modern human moral level, abuse it. And that's the line I think it crosses.
And obviously there is a phenomenon, or there a lot of
Hmm.
some female gamers have said that like who are they are gamers and they love the hobby, and they say that like sometimes when they're talking with people about this and they don't know the person very well, the person will like immediately like quiz them like and like try and prove their bona fides. And I don't know
Oh
if that's
yeah.
a gendered phenomenon or if it's not, or if it's how common that is, but that is something I've heard some people say.
Oh, I've experienced that, and I would say I experienced that a lot when I was younger. When my voice on voice chat sounded much younger, when I was just a younger, more naive person. I experienced that, and what happened was is that I did at the time think it was what you're saying it was, that it was like targeted, and I'm not gonna lie and say that it isn't to a certain extent. But what I feel like happened was is that as I got older, I just gained more perspective on like why that kind of pushback behavior exists. And the reason why that kind of pushback behavior exists, why that kind of, we can even extend it to saying sort of that gatekeeping mentality exists, is because people who have had negative experiences with sort of the poser personality behavioral traits in others are trying to guard themselves against that. Like, I think the whole pushback against the gamer girl is because there are people who have sort of felt tricked, and so now they're starting, so then they push back and they want to know, you know, how many games are games that you like, games that you don't, what have you played, what have you not played, did you actually finish that? I think a lot of that is a protective response. And it's sad because the person they're pushing that on is somebody who didn't hurt them. So it is a sad situation, you know, for the quote unquote, you know, gamer girl that's like being quizzed because she didn't do that to them. Somebody else did that to them. And then she's sort of suffering the repercussions of that damage. But the truth is, if you look at, I guess, again, I feel like I'm kind of old and I'm looking at this from like this very pulled back perspective now. When I was younger, I was much more, I don't know, emotionally invested in being called out on stuff like that. But now as an old crone, I look back and it's just, to me, it feels like it's really in line with how humans generally treat each other. And I think a problem, this is a bigger thing, but that I'll try not to go into, but I think it relates back to how we humans often lose the perspective that, you know, our personal experiences, our everything, are built on a lot of common traits we share. And I don't know really what else to say on that.
Well, and just this morning, actually, I mean, it's the internet. People are gonna, and I don't. It doesn't bother me, really, at all. But like on the internet this morning, someone was calling me out on social media and saying that I'm someone who defends the harassment of women. Which anyone who's reading this book and followed this
Mm-hmm.
project, I think, recognizes that that's completely not true. But this is just someone spreading lies, uh, maybe to cancel me, maybe just to get a dunk on the gator or whatever, to get a dunk on me. But
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that's, you know, people on the internet are always going to say stuff like that. But do you think that, and that's part of the problem too. That's part of the problem that people believe these lies about GamerGate, and so they encounter someone who supported the movement, and their first impression is immediately, "Oh, you hate women. You're a misogynist," and that's just not true. It's completely false. Um, but anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you think that this the quizzing thing? Well, one, do you think it's like a common phenomenon, and two, do you think that like this creates like a hostile environment for like female gamers, like actual female gamers?
Well, that is an interesting question. I think there's sort of two things to juggle at the same time, and this is how I tend to think about a lot of subjects. Like you can sort of hold two things at once in each hand, and they can both be true, but also seem contradictory to each other. Does the gamer girl thing, does the quizzing create a toxic environment? I'd say yeah. But, and this is like a giant but, the other thing I'm holding at the same time in my other hand is that a lot of it has to do with perception. So at this point in our cultural zeitgeist, we have perpetuated the idea that this quizzing behavior is toxic. Like meaning, I feel like a lot of female gamers have been preemptively told how they should perceive this defensive response. And so because they've been told that this is part of toxic gamer culture, instead of looking at it at face value, they are immediately taking on that this is an attack on them and that this is toxic male behavior. And we're getting to this Ouroboros eating its tail kind of a thing at this point. But I think that's what it is, because that's, I think, what happened to me when I was younger, when I was, in middle school, when I was in high school. I think I already got that message in my head that pushback from fans of a thing is toxic or negative or aggressive behavior at me. And as I got older, I started to try to look at that behavior just as the person speaking, just them in a void speaking. And I found I couldn't find that vibe behind their questioning. What I found behind it was I felt like it was like two dogs running into each other at a dog park and sniffing each other. The gamer is trying to figure out what kind of a gamer I am. They're trying to figure out what kind of level of investment I have in things, because there are different levels of investment. Sometimes you're a casual fan of something, but you don't really want to talk about the lore of it. Like, to give a very mild example, like, I really like the Five Nights at Freddy's series. Like, I really like it from a storytelling perspective. So if I'm not stopped, I would talk ad nauseum about how I think Scott Cawthon is brilliant. And I would give all these examples, and I would go on tangents and whatever, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And, but the thing is, there's a lot of people that really don't like Five Nights at Freddy's that much. And so they would want to know, probably before we get too deep into it, like, what am I in for here? If you're like, what kind of video games are you a fan of? Oh, I love FNAF. Like, that might be the warning sign that they want to run away, because it's like, okay, this person and me are just not going to gel. And I think so that's it. So, like, is it toxic? It's like, I think it literally is and is at the same time. It's a Schrodinger's cat scenario. Like, it is and it isn't. And unless you look at it, unless you pull the box off of it and stare at it, it's both up until that point.
One thing that Felicia Day talked about, and she didn't talk about GamerGate much, but she did say that I guess she believed some of the misinformation that the media had said, so she thought that it was actually an actual misogynistic harassment campaign, like the media claimed. Um, I don't think she looked into it super deep based on what she's said publicly about it, but she wrote about how in the past she used to think of gamers as being incredible people who she can get along with essentially, and if she saw someone wearing a gamer T-shirt, she'd want to walk up to them and talk to them. But now with what she's heard in the news, she doesn't feel that way anymore about gamers. That now she's a little bit more cautious because, well, what if this person actually is a misogynist? What do you think of that? Do you think that's a common thing? Do you think that that's because of Gamergate? Do you think that's because of the media's misinformation about Gamergate? What do you think this is?
I think that is largely misinformation. But also, again, at the time, I remember I was pretty offended by Felicia Day's opinion on that. And part of the reason why is I feel like this is a weird kind of a flex, but having met Felicia Day several times in a very, I don't know what to call it, not directly talking, but I don't know what to call it, but when you're two boats passing in the night, you're working in the same space, in the same general vicinity, but you're not directly working with each other. I felt very offended by her opinion on that, because it's I know how sort of hands-on you are with your community, and it seems weird to then sort of get so influenced by mainstream media's narrative of what's going on, instead of, say, asking your fan base what's going on. Because I would say she had a good relationship with her fan base at the time. And then her coming out with that article and everything really, from my perspective, turned a lot of people's opinions. Like, people were literally the day before, they had absolutely glowing opinions of her. And then the next day on the internet, the general large fan base suddenly was divided on Felicia Day's opinion on this. But I think it's also a really good example of how, and again, I don't mean to get so like metaphysical, clinical on all of this, but like I think it's a good example of how we don't have enough brain space to dedicate our own time to research everything, and that we often do look to news outlets to tell us what's going on because we just don't have enough neurons to dedicate to splitting off and dividing off into looking into every single little thing. So at the end of the day, I think her mistake was she should have gone to her fan base, which was very supportive of her, and sort of asked them, like, hey, what's going on here? And instead, she allocated that to the mainstream media, and their narrative was very slanted. And I think that was sort of the problem that happened there. But I also think that's a really good example to us, and sort of a warning to us, just broad spectrum to anybody listening to this or reading about this, is that the mainstream media can seem like it has no impact or no power until it suddenly does in a way that affects you. And I think that's what happened also. What really woke people up a lot about Gamergate was like they weren't paying attention, I think, to the mainstream news because it's like, they talk about stuff that doesn't affect me. And then suddenly Sauron's eye turned to Gamergate and started reporting on it. And suddenly how they chose to portray this entire situation, affected a lot of people out of the blue who thought they were not affectable by the news media.
Yeah, and I was a huge fan of Felicia Days, and I don't like dislike her now or anything. But I was a huge fan of hers and like the Guild. I was a big fan of that show. I've seen the entire series. Most of the series. I've seen the entire series at least once, and I think I've seen it twice actually. And I've watched through like other parts
Mm-hmm.
of it before because it's really a high quality work, and I really like that.
Yeah,
Sure, and a small group of friends basically were able to get together and create this like amazing show about
yeah,
gaming and games, and it
yeah,
really captured the cultural moment of like the World of Warcraft and MMO era of like the late
yeah.
2000s, early
And like,
2010s.
yeah, and like I was hesitant to mention that bit about like I by no means, I don't know her, but I was trying to mention like I've run into this person because what I'm trying to say is like I want to assure the general public like Felicia Day is a flesh and blood human being who is very similar slash approximate to who she portrays herself as. She's a real person. She's, the person you see on television. That's all I really wanted to like get across, is that sometimes people put up personas, they put up fronts, whatever. No, she's really just herself, as far as I could tell from a distance. And I think she did a lot of really interesting work. But I also think that she served as a good example for the dangers of, when you choose to rely on mainstream media and when you choose to go to sort of your circles and ask for information. But again, at the same time, I understand you can't always do that. For sort of more serious global issues, you can't necessarily get the information you really need from your friends. And then the question is, at what point, as we zoom in on life, does it become better to ask your friends instead of mainstream media?
Yeah, and I like you said, you were disappointed. I was very disappointed when I saw that she said that, and a lot of people were. I remember the response to her tweet about it, um, and like there's just a ton of people in the comments, not even like harassing her or anything, just being like, "Wow, I I think you're wrong on this. You might want to look into it more, or like, I'm really hurt by what you said. Um, like it was just most of the comments were like really people just being respectful and being like, hey, look, I really disagree with this, or like I was hurt by you saying this because I really respected you. And that's like she was like the only
Hmm.
celebrity. Because like obviously a lot of celebrities talked about GamerGate, but I don't like give a shit about celebrities. But I did actually care what she had to say because I actually was like legitimately like a fan of like the work that she was doing in the gaming industry, and uh, yeah, it just sucked.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's sort of the whole thing that happened around Gamergate was there were a lot of people sort of in the industry that I kind of thought of as one way, and then this happened, and it really changed my opinion on them depending on how they reacted. And it's really interesting that until those pressures are sort of put into place, how you can have one opinion of somebody and then it could totally flip around the minute you understand, like, wait, so that's what you think about this?
Yeah, and it should be said too that like after she made comments like this, sometime later, someone did dox her. It wasn't a GamerGate person, or at least there's no evidence to say that it was, but the media blamed GamerGate and said that
Yeah,
GamerGate doxed her, which wasn't true. And we had to come out and over, I think it was like 1,300 people in Kotaku in action, and obviously a bunch of people on Twitter as well. Were like, no, this wasn't us. We absolutely condemn any sort of behavior like this. But that's probably like a third-party troll, I'm assuming, um, who wanted to basically get GamerGate blamed for this. And there were a
that
lot of
is
third-party
some
trolls.
that is something that I think has never been totally addressed and would be really interesting to get into one day because I was joking about like being in the Skype groups with all the smelly diggers and what I meant by that, I'm obviously joking around, but I mean, like, there were a lot of people that their whole interest was they wanted to dig up information, but they were not necessarily interested in like being the distributors of that information, if that makes any sense. And there were people constantly looking into all these like third party doxers, and there is some kind of there's some kind of a body of information out there, and I don't know who exactly to talk to like get to it, but there were people trying to trace where all these doxers were coming from, because it was an interesting phenomenon. I would argue that Gamergate is probably one of the biggest situations where you had people who wanted to agitate the phenomenon, but from an outside perspective. And to this day, I don't know where to point fingers because it seems like it was a really widespread thing. A lot of people had a lot of incentives to really want to agitate things, to want to get people doxxed. Who, I would argue, Felicia Day is kind of a figure where she, I'm not gonna, I don't know what to say. Felicia Day is not a damsel. Felicia Day can be perceived as a damsel by her audience if they choose to, whatever. And I think people knew that. Doxers kind of could perceive that, like, oh, she would be a good target to go after because she has this public perception that would, make her, quote unquote, like the perfect victim to victimize. And I've always wondered, when it gets down to it, who were these doxers? Because I still have no idea what like their motivations were. Were they sharing similar motivations, or were they like really differently motivated people that just all happened across this space at the same time? I don't know, but I'm curious, and I know that somewhere in the diggers, somewhere among them, there are like the zip files full of stuff that might be a trail that it's just never been shared.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that. Also, we do have Hatman, the Kotaku in Action top moderator in the chat. I interviewed him already. Hey, Hatman, good to see you. Actually,
It's
I'm
Hatman's
interviewing.
fault. Everything's
It's always
Hatman's
Hatman's
fault.
fault. It's true.
Global warming, Hatman's fault. The current situation in Ukraine, Hatman's fault. I don't know how. Totally did it though.
So the third party trolls, I'm actually interviewing two of them. I'm interviewing Mr. Avius. Mr. Avius
Mm-hmm.
was a teenager during Gamergate,
Mm-hmm.
and he was 14 years old, I believe, when it started. He said, and him and his friends just decided to harass a large number of people who
Yeah.
were so-called social justice warriors. He didn't even know what Gamergate was at the time, he said, and his only interactions with Gamergate were actually when the anti-harassment patrol stopped him on a number of occasions. He said. Um,
See, that's interesting. I suspect he has no connections and no idea exactly who, like, the people are that we were just kind of talking about, these unknowns. But I think he could give an amazing amount of insight
yes.
into the thought process, and that is sometimes sort of the first foot in the door to start to ask who were the people that actually did those things, is start talking to people that may or may not, have anything vaguely in common. Investigative, detective work. You got to build a little bit of a profile. So like, okay, you've scheduled an interview with a third party troll. That might give insight into what kind of mentality causes somebody to sort of jump in from the sidelines and participate in something that they may or may not have really a I forgot what that's called. Is it a dog in the race or something?
And obviously, I want to clarify, Mr. Avius was a kid at the time. He doesn't
Yes,
believe
yes,
in doing this now. He just
yes,
thought it was funny when he was a kid, and he doesn't support it
yeah,
anymore. But
yeah,
I'm
and
also
that's
interviewing Mr. Pterodax, who you may be familiar with. He was obviously a very notorious third-party troll. Um, and
yeah.
yeah, I have a lot of receipts on this guy. But like, I'm not like here to like ambush him in the interview or anything. But
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
obviously, we got blamed for a lot of the stuff that he did. Like, he did send. It was kind of obviously a joke death threat, but he did send a death threat to Brianna Wu, which obviously is not acceptable behavior whatsoever. And he also claimed that he doxed Acid Man, a pro Gamergate person. Though he later says that he doesn't think he actually doxed him, that he was just trying to scare him or piss him off. And then he also bribed kids on social media to send death threats to Zoe Quinn and blame Gamergate for it. And he was giving them Super Smash Bros. Well, he promised to give them Super Smash Bros. Codes to unlock DLC if they did it, but he didn't actually have the codes. He lied to the kids and didn't actually give them the codes like he said he would. Uh, or at least that's
See,
what he
I didn't
said.
know that part. I didn't know
Yeah,
that part. That's basically on the same level as drowning puppies in my book. Promising kids on the internet Super Smash Brother codes and then totally negating on that.
yeah. And
Sir.
obviously, like, there's like multiple like morally wrong things there. Like one of it is like you're lying
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
kids. Another thing is that you're telling the kids to send death threats to somebody, which like isn't good. And then like at the same time, you're also doing something immoral in the sense of you're trying to blame these innocent people, Gamergate, for the actions of these kids.
Yeah, but see again, I think comparing whatever Pterodax says and then comparing whatever the other guy says, this will help build up maybe potentially a bit of an idea of like all this kind of stuff, because I think that's a really interesting perspective to get, is these sort of the third party people, because I long felt that a lot of them didn't have stuff in common. Like I think some had certain things in common, but I was always pretty sure or felt like on the inside there were a lot of different angles from the third party
Yeah,
people,
and there
because
were
there were so many angles within pro and anti. There are so many angles. So like why would the third party people be of one mind?
yeah, there were definitely multiple different types of third party trolls, like for different reasons. I think like the I think like the worst groups, like there were groups like the Bill Wagner crew, and they made it their mission basically to dox as many people as possible on both sides. And they doxed
Mm-hmm.
me. They harassed my parents. They tried to dox Cece, who I've interviewed as well. And there's a large number of people who they went after uh, on both sides. and we got blamed for all of it, even though in many cases we were the ones
Yeah.
getting doxxed in real life as well.
Well, and I want to bring it back around. Acid Man. He's the person who had an extreme reaction. I think was he the one that had the incident? Um,
Well, depending on who you ask, there are quote unquote many incidents involving Acid Man. Now he was the board owner of GamerGate HQ, and as Mr.
yeah.
Hatman in the chat can tell you, there's not a lot of love for moderators anywhere.
Well, well, what I'm saying, there was somebody, and I don't want to name the wrong person. There was somebody who had a real life situation which needed some kind of law enforcement involvement with.
I
Was
know he was a target of harassment,
okay,
but I
okay.
don't
So
know
this
if
is somebody
I don't know if he
else.
called the police or not. I don't know if he called the
Oh
police
god,
or
I
what
no no
level
no
it
no.
went to.
I'm totally off base. I'm thinking of somebody else who had a situation. Acid Man, I'm sorry. I'm my brain literally just jogged back everything
Okay.
under
Well,
the name Acid Man. I'm thinking of the wrong person. Sorry,
well, we
sorry.
can move on to the next question.
Yeah, yeah.
On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications all published articles on the same day. These 10
Yes.
articles were followed by 9 additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, which some
Mm-hmm.
saw as calling for an end to the gamer identity. What did you think of these articles?
I thought that if you ever wanted an example of collusion, this was a good one. I was very offended by it because we were in the very early stages of sort of the identity politics soup or miasma coming into pop culture and everything. And I found this to be very strangely contradictory, and I don't know how you feel on this, but if you encourage people, again, this kind of goes back to the Facebook thing, but if you encourage people to heavily identify with identities, with labels, with adjectives and nouns and whatnot, to represent who they are and to group themselves together, and then you specifically say blank is dead, that seems really contradictory to everything you were just encouraging up until that moment. And so that hit me as like a moment of like, okay, everybody who published that article has just put their foot in the mouth, and I'm really gonna have a hard time trusting them again in a similar way to, I don't know, just other things that have come up over the years, oh, that's not real, that's not happening, and then it's totally happening. It was the first time I ever saw the NPC update occur live. I don't know what patch it counts as, but we saw live. All the NPCs upload their new stance on the thing all at the same time, and it was quite scary. It was quite disturbing to me.
Why do you think they wrote these articles?
So I want to kind of preface this and disclose this with saying that I have had some involvement post Gamergate. I really want to emphasize that post Gamergate in consumer reporting. At this point in the year 2023, I'm a failed consumer reporter. But I did, as a result of Gamergate, dabble in journalism for a period of time, and then I crashed and burned. And I crashed and burned for reasons that have nothing to do with like the reasons why I left a different industry. I want to be really clear on that. It's just, sometimes life doesn't work out, but it has nothing to do with that, and everything to do with just, well, I just made some bad personal employment decisions. It's on me. But the point that I'm trying to get to here is I want to disclose that I have some insight into how this went down, and it is concerning to me. But also, I kind of understand it, but also it's worrisome. And that is that journalists do form groups to share information because that's how news gets spread around. The way it used to be in the olden days is that there might be a war going on, and only 3 or 4 journalists are willing to be in the field and get their legs blown off. And everybody else doesn't want to do that. They might want to be close by because of limitations in communication. They'll be close by to like relay the news to other news sources, And so on the one hand, I know this is a lot of preferencing, but on the one hand, I get why there are news journal groups. But the way it was used in this case was worrisome to me at the moment when it happened, and then even today, retrospectively looking back with my professional experience bit going on, is that just because you're sharing ideas and information does not mean you collectively decide to push a narrative. And I think that's the thing that in GamerGate that was kind of lost at the time. And I even didn't understand it until much later when I had my own experiences, is that it's not wrong for journalists to share groups where they can share information. What is wrong is when everybody in that group sits down and says, okay, we're going to push an idea. We're all going to agree on doing this one thing, formatting it in a similar way, and it's all going to say the same thing, and none of us are going to have opinions in our articles that contradict the other articles that are saying the exact same thing. That is collusion. And I think that needs to be made really clear, that the collusion is in what they did with the group, not that the group existed in the first place, in my humble opinion.
If the games press had just ignored the controversy or said, hey, look, we're sorry we messed up, we're going to do better in the future, do you think that this still would have happened? That Gamergate would have still blown up into this massive controversy, or would have happened at all?
It absolutely would have not blown up. That is the giant mistake that everybody made. Like I said before, there's something incredibly cathartic and therapeutic about letting people spew out their emotions about something. If they have strong feelings about something, let them just blob it all out. And at some point, they have nothing more to vomit up. They have nothing more to say on it. They have nothing more to do on it. This is like indirect, but it's like with the grieving process. If you hold in all your feelings about having lost somebody or lost something, you're not going to resolve or get over it because you're not working through it. And what the game industry told the consumers was that you've been hurt, but you're not allowed to talk about how you were hurt. You need to shut up about it. You need to move on with your lives. You need to put on a stiff upper lip and not acknowledge that something is wrong with you. And I know comparing this to PTSD is not a one-for-one. It's not a fair comparison, but it's the best analogy I can use. That's the simplest one to bring up without having to like explain other things. I think Gamergate is very similar to telling somebody who's just come back from a traumatic war experience that they're not allowed to ever discuss what they saw, what happened, what went down. You're supposed to just move on. And it caused an explosion because I think the one thing that everybody didn't expect or think about is that I do think there's a certain kind of person who's a very passionate gamer. You know, if we want to talk about the hardcore gamer is somebody who really cares about their medium. They really care about their games. They really care about the people who make the games, who are involved in the gaming stuff, the sphere. They love everything surrounding their favorite thing. Whatever their favorite title is, they care about every part of everything around that title. And I think somehow, and maybe this is a sign that games journalists were really disconnected from their audience, somehow they missed that passion. And I think the last thing I'll sort of tack on to that is that when we were watching when we did the the watch party for the Airplay documentary, I kept sort of having this like sudden epiphany over and over again about how I do think the games journalist press was always trying to feed off of how gamers loved video games so much, but then somehow they were blind to, if people are this passionate about something, it's got to spill over into anything that touches that subject. And that was the mistake. If they had let them talk, people would have talked, and I swear it would have died down. They kind of brought it on themselves, and I usually am not one to blame, but I really think it was a giant PR'd mistake / nightmare. And I think it was fueled because of sort of this impending onset incoming wave of, you know, like what the critical drinker would call that concern about appealing for the wider audience, and sort of, you know, what other people might call like the wokish miasma coming in. And I think that blinded people, and they thought like, we can just shut this down, we can just call them names and shut it down and it'll go away. And it's like, no, it had to explode, it had to vent. And they could have controlled in what way that happened, and they picked the really, really wrong choice, and then they acted very surprised. It's that meme of somebody shoveling brown stuff over a fence and then getting surprised when it gets thrown back at them, kind of a thing. That's just GamerGate, like in a nutshell, you know.
Do you think, well, we've already talked about this a little bit, but do you think there were issues with, actually, I should probably just get rid of that question. Or, well, we'll keep it. Do you think there are issues
Yes.
with sexism in gaming culture?
Oh, yeah, but this is... What's difficult is I feel like sexism, racism, all these heavy issues and topics, they all exist in the world. They are all problems that exist in various ways in various places. But it's how people choose to address them is just usually really in a wrong, tone-deaf kind of way to actually get any progress going on it. I think where sexism comes in, it's hard for me to define with gaming, but it has never been addressed correctly at all by anybody. And it's because the people who want to address it are usually not that invested or involved in the culture itself surrounding video games. So they don't actually see where and how it is. And so they don't know where and how to address it. I feel like sort of where this sort of comes in, or where it might kind of be in, is that there are a lot of negative perceptions around female gamers, like we already sort of talked about. But then also, it's a lot of it has a lot of it has truthful aspects of it, but also nobody wants to address the poser conundrum. And so if you don't address the poser conundrum, you're going to perpetuate negative stereotypes, and then people are going to complain about things. And until people are willing to really step back and open up and say, sexism is a problem that has issues coming from both sides, then sort of colliding together in the middle. As long as it's always discussed as a one-sided cause and a thing, it's never going to get anywhere. And I just think blaming gamers is never going to get you any traction in changing anything. That's my thought on that.
What do you think about games journalism?
Well, I can tell you with my experience with doing some stuffs, is that I think that people sometimes don't understand the amount of pressure that exists on the flip side. And what I mean by that is that websites that host articles and who try to pay a living wage to their writers do have a huge problem with generating funds And the way you generate funds often is you put banner ads up and you get advertising money and all this kind of stuff on your website. And then when eyeballs go to your website, you get money. Or there are various deals and stuff going on. And the sad thing is, pure journalism could exist, but it is incredibly difficult to do it without any of this without any of this I'm trying to think of a good term for it, but it is symbiosism that ends up happening. And I think another aspect that people sometimes forget is that I think the push for calling video games art was a mistake. And I know that's a little controversial, but in terms of reporting on video games, I think it was a mistake because video games are products that we consume. And products that you consume are reported on differently than art or philosophy or events happening in the world. Video games are products that are made and then are sold, and everybody is concerned about those sales because they have to feed themselves and they have to sustain themselves on these products. And that creates all these incentive and things that I feel like when you go into other forms of product or consumer reporting, people can understand. Like, people understand that there's stuff going on in, say, cosmetic reviews and reports and stuff. People understand that, or what goes into fields about advertising and marketing and talking about computer components and whatnot. Everybody seems really aware of how that works and like why that ends up happening the way it does. But then with video games, people kind of look at video game reporting like you're talking about the Mona Lisa, which, you know, sits static in a museum, and there's nothing really happening with money exchanging. It just exists, and then you're just talking about an object that exists on planet Earth. And you know, I'm trying not to get like too out there, too philosophical, or too abstract with it, but I feel like seeing it on the other side gave me this insight that like there are reasons why everybody isn't Total Biscuit and Sid Alpha. Total Biscuit and Sid Alpha, wonderful people, did wonderful work, love them, but not everybody can do it. And Sid Alpha is very honest on Twitter quite frequently about how much of a struggle it is to keep going, to keep up his journalistic integrity exactly as he wants to and he wants to promote. And because it's not easy at all. He struggles. He's popular and he struggles.
So, do you think that video games shouldn't be classified as being art then?
I think we can see them as art, but I would like to kind of compare it to the issue between and here's me being a failed artist also coming in here with this. In on the university level, there's this constant discussion about, especially in museums, in museum curation and categorizing, filing stuff and whatnot, what counts as art versus what counts as craft. And the common definition between the two is that art exists purely to be art. It's hung on a wall, it exists, it doesn't need to do anything. And then craft is often defined as it can be very artistic, but it does something, and people need it in their lives, and they interact with it in their lives, unlike art, which is something that hangs on your wall and just kind of is there. I feel like the push for trying to get people to see video games as art has created this bad comparison where we forget how video games are bought and sold and used and interacted with and become part of our lives. I'd almost compare, like I want to compare video games to like a spoon with a really beautiful handle attached to it. we interact with our games. We live with our games. We play our games. We're concerned about how our games handle. You see reviews all the time and people talking about stuff where like a video game could be graphically gorgeous and it could have an amazing story, but the controls are broken. And I feel like when we keep saying video games are art, that creates the unfair comparison that then sort of lets in a lot of, I don't know what to call it, but these less than desirable people who do talk about things like, you should love this video game because it has a diverse cast and it doesn't matter if it controls like poop and you fall through the floor. That's what I feel like saying video games are art accidentally creates, is that opening for that kind of analogy. When you talk to most gamers and they are like, I do think this is art, but also I need to be able to play through the level without automatically losing because it was coded wrong.
Well, and video games are really both, right? They're both an art and a craft, and like
Yeah,
entertainment and a game. They're like so many different things,
yeah.
not just one
But
specific thing.
yeah, but I think kind of an accident that we've created, and again, this goes back to like discussions in the museum field and on the academic level, is that like the problem is that we've built up this weird association where you need to compare things to the idea of them, are they art or not, in order for them to have validity. Like I think the whole reason why people want to push the idea of, to say video games are art is because that gives it legitimacy. If I can't call video games art, then that makes my interest in video games seem less like a legitimate passion. And I think we have to break through that. And it's like, video games can be a flower vase. They can be beautiful, but they also have to hold water, if a vase is gorgeous and you put water in it and you put a flower in it and it leaks all over your table and causes water damage, that's it's pretty, but it's not functional. And video games are a thing that has to be functional because like we experience them, we handle them. And I don't know how we break through that, because it's a problem that's happened all across human history. And it's cross-cultural, this idea of things have to be compared to high art for them to hold legitimacy. And without going on too much, maybe part of the problem is that video games develop this association with immaturity. And so maybe the push for it has to be compared to art is to make video games seem less immature, which is like the stereotype that got attached to it.
Do you think that video games can be high art in the same way that like the Mona Lisa or a movie like Citizen Kane is?
That's difficult for me to say because see film, I think, is more comparable to high art because it's a sedentary activity where you sit and you absorb it, versus you sit and you work through it or you handle it. And again, like I guess I was trying to say this before, but I don't think video games can't be art. But I think there's a danger or corrosive nature in trying to constantly compare high art to video games. I think it hurts video games to compare it to high art. I think it's more helpful to video games to compare them to the concept of a craft object. A flower vase is usually considered a craft object because they're usually made of pottery or glass, and because you're handling and you do things to it. If you take a vase and you put it on a shelf and you never touch it, then people will call it usually art. At that point, it becomes art. You'll see descriptions in museums that say a decorative object. And what they're trying to say is nobody alters it. It is made, it goes on a shelf, it exists, you look at it, you appreciate it from a distance. I think films are a little more comparable to that because you sit down in a theater and you look at the screen and you absorb it and you develop an opinion of it. You discuss it with your friends, but you're always sort of there's a degree of removal. There's a degree of separation because you're not touching the film. You don't reach into the film and touch the actors' faces. I know that's a weird comparison, but like video games have always been about like there's something visceral going on. You're involved on a level that's not just looking. It's not passive, I think might be the term. So can they be comparable to high art? Yeah, but I think that's not helping them. I think that actually got us to where we are now. I think that's some tiny contributor actually to the whole Gamergate thing that ended up going down, was comparing it to high art.
Well, doesn't the association with art though also carry with it some benefits, and not just it should be taken more seriously, but also the legal protections. For instance, the Supreme Court essentially ruled that because video games are artistic works, um, in part because they're artistic works, they can't be censored. That the government cannot censor video games because they have this legal protection of being art now. And
Oh
also
yeah.
it carries with it like this other, like maybe societal protection, maybe like this is something that people like me would argue, that because video games are works of art, the creators of the game, the developer, the game's director, etc., that they have artistic visions that they're trying to fulfill, and therefore it's really wrong actually when people try to like stifle their creative freedom by harassing the developers or pressuring them into changing their artistic vision, and that this becomes like a really good argument against the people trying to engage in censorship.
Oh no, I get all these things. I get all the positive associations with art. It's just I guess the reason why I push back on the whole idea of comparing it is like there's literally no such thing on planet Earth as like a thing that has strictly positive benefits or associations attached to it. Everything has, it's a double-edged situation. And so I guess where I'm coming from it is like I agree with all the positive aspects of associating video games with art. Like that makes sense. I'm not in disagreement with that. But on the flip side, I think that there's all these sort of dangers and like sort of how it created the landscape, I think, for Gamergate to happen in the first place. The protections, the censorship, I totally understand all of that. I'd also like to compare this briefly to another field, which is fashion, which I feel like I can speak with around because I feel like I've done a lot of research in that. You might know that you cannot copyright pants as a concept. Do you know that?
Well, I did not know that,
Yeah.
but it would make sense that you cannot.
Yeah, and what it was is that very early on in copyright trademark land, they realized that there was a danger with clothing because we wear clothes. We need to wear clothes. We're hairless apes. We need something on our bodies. We have a sense of modesty and sanitation. We need clothing. There's this problem that some jerk could try to copyright the idea of pants, the idea of two tubes of fabric that connect at the middle part, and then you pull it onto the lower half of your body. Somebody could try that. And so you can't copyright pants. You can't copyright fashion design. You could design a really interesting dress, but you cannot copyright the pattern of that dress, the flat pattern. But what you can do is you can copyright a print that you print onto a fabric, and then you can make your dress out of that fabric, and then that fabric is copyright protected because the print is art. So you effectively have protected your object that way. And so, like, if you ever wonder what's the deal with, like, all the logo mania, like Louis Vuitton, why is that print on everything they do? That's Louis Vuitton copywriting their objects because they can't copyright a purse or a trunk or a jacket. But if they make that jacket out of their print design, then you can't copy that jacket. And the reason why I bring up this little tangent is because, I see with actually getting something labeled as art versus anything else, it can just be protected without any games. It can be protected from censorship, again, without any games. And when I say games, I mean like legal games, legal mumble jumble games, not video games. You can do all of that, so I get that. So on the one hand, like, I'm in total agreement, but on the other hand, I think that once you call something art, then you bring in what I would almost call the critics, the art critique crowd, the people who don't participate in a thing, but who, lament on it, have opinions on it, but also maybe there's a level of removal. I guess what I'm trying to get at is I feel like it's a foot in the door for the crowd of people who are kind of part of that poser group. Like, I feel like the whole reason why Anita Sarkeesian got into video games is because video games became art. And if video games did not become art, Anita would not make videos about video games, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and Lord Nurgle in the chat is saying that my volume is too low. I don't know if other people are having that issue as well. It should be turned up pretty good, so I'd let me know if anyone else is having that issue. Anyway, I do normally talk about this a little bit later on, but we can talk about it now if you want. I don't really have an issue if like the poser crowd, like Anita Sarkeesian, if you want to call her that,
Mm-hmm.
that they come in and criticize games and do so from like a political lens. I'm like fine with that actually. I just wish they did a better job because a lot of their critiques are actually like not good, and they sometimes
Yeah.
get things like drastically wrong. Like I know everyone talks about the Hitman thing, where it's just like this is like objectively not even
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. Yeah. And I, I see. I guess the reason why I have a chip on my shoulder about like the posers and all this kind of stuff stems back to also I was doing a lot of art stuff on the community college level, and a lot of community college professors, they try to bring the university quality experience to the community level. They're trying their best to provide good education to people, who can't afford super higher education, whatever. And a lot of art classes in college, and I'm not going to speak for university because I haven't taken any university ones, but on a college level, they heavily endorse the idea of critique as a field unto itself, and that might not necessarily sound bad at first, but like it's like a whole universe of like just pick something and then just start critiquing. Like I was, in an introductory art class, and at some point our assignment is to just walk around this museum, pick a piece of art, and then I want you to write 10 pages just beyond psychoanalyzing and just projecting onto this thing. Don't worry about the origins of the piece of art. Don't worry about the context of the artist and who the artist was or what's going on or what time period it was made. Don't. Just take your brain, and just project on that thing, write 10 pages, give it back to me. And that's critique. And I guess where my bad opinion on that is like, I'm going to just admit to you right now, I wrote a bunch of bullshit and got like straight A's. And like as I'm writing it, I'm thinking like, this should not count as useful on any level. I'll admit that this is not going to make me look good. I'll admit there's a point in time where like I was running really late on one of these critique papers. And the piece that I was looking at, the reason why I was taking so long is I kept researching it. I kept looking into it. I kept wanting to understand it and all this kind of stuff. And then it hit me at some point. It's like, I am literally going to just totally fail this if I don't push something out. And I sat back and I said, is it okay if I just write this from the perspective of a disabled woman? Is it okay? How does this work make me feel as a disabled woman? And I wrote something. And I totally passed. And it had nothing to do with the piece. It literally had nothing to do with it. And it just gave me this very bad perspective on, like, when you start to call something art, it lets in the door of people that may or may not be invested at all in it. And that could cause a corrosive element to sort of root in that field, in that form. And I'd argue, again, I'm going to try to keep this little tidbit brief, but like wokeism is all about rooting into things that are so tangentially related to whatever it is, and then sort of imposing on it. And I just think that's what happened to gaming, is like, oh, it's art. Oh, that means basically art critics can start to walk in, people that don't even touch controllers, and they can start saying things. And then that's going to start to shape the industry.
Yeah, and of course I also had issue with the idea that Anita Sarkeesian promoted, that video games harm people in real life too. But we can move on to
Well,
that. Well, that's coming up later. So.
yeah. But quickly, I just want to touch on that. I think that's a very universal opinion of sort of the modern, what I'll call woke zeitgeist, is that idea like everything intellectual has a direct physical translation, impact, whatever you want to call it. And we can cover it later, but I think that's a very commonly held perspective from sort of that crowd.
What kind of reform? This is in theory. We're in the games journalism section. What kind of reforms would you like to have seen happen?
Disclosure, disclosure, disclosure. Here's the thing. If you have a giant Romanesque, disgusting orgy, absolutely gross, with all of the people that you are writing articles about next week, you can do that. But you just need to say you know them. That's all you need to say. You never need to say under what context. You never have to
I don't know
tell
if
us
that's
about what.
true.
Okay, but I guess what I'm willing to give people grace in not fully getting into the nitty-gritty of whatever. Like, I literally don't care what you did with the peanut butter, the rope, the whatever. Just tell me that you know these people on some level beyond a professional level, and then I, as the consumer of your article, can take that context into account and use that to then make a judgment on what you're saying, and I can balance it out. Like, I know people, again, sort of more in the fashion sphere. I know a lot of influencers I watch on YouTube. Certain people I feel like are very non-affected by taking sponsorships. They take a sponsorship and they will just review the product as is, and they are very non-affected. And the reason why I feel that way is because of the kinds of things they say and the way other people react to things. And then also, I've sometimes bought these things and then seen it for myself. I feel like some people can remain pure no matter what, and then some people are heavily influenced. And this is something I've learned over time by watching them, watching their behavior, learning who they are. I think if a journalist just says, I have some personal involvement with this person, if I know who that person is, like let's say Jimquisition. I think a lot of us have a sense of who Jimquisition is, right?
I've actually not seen too much of his stuff, but I have a general understanding, yes, of his persona and demeanor that he projects as an act to some extent.
Yeah. So if Jimquisition says, I like purple butterflies, you can take that statement and knowing or having your perception of who Jimquisition is, you can come up with your own judgment on what that really means, right? You can make your own assessment on that because you know who Jimquisition is. Wouldn't you say? Maybe I shouldn't be asking.
In regards to what that because he plays this bit that we understand what he's like.
Well, what I'm saying is like when somebody markets themselves um on their opinion, their personality, their persona, you get a sense of, you know, like you can get a sense over time, like if somebody innately hates a certain kind of thing and really favors a certain other kind of thing,
Sure.
and then when they say anything, just anything out of the blue, you can sort of take that into account and in your head balance it out and say like, well, is it really a realistic are they saying something really realistic that I agree with, or are they saying something that's really slanted and biased towards whatever their biases are? um in I feel like the way you correct video game journalism is you just disclose all the way down the line, and then people who know you as a writer, can then take that and make their own judgment call on, when you say this game is great, but also you're friends with the person who made the game. Well, what people should be judging Grayson on, or anybody else on, is how does that writer treat those kinds of relationships when they're reviewing content? Well, I find that that person seems to be biased when they are reviewing a friend's content, or I've noticed this person is not biased when they review a friend's content. There are book reviewers on YouTube. There's one person I'm thinking of, and I'm not going to name them because sometimes they get a little bit too much of a, I don't know, they don't like a lot of attention. But there's this one book reviewer where she will take commission work from authors to review their books that she hates. And they know she hates them. Like, they know there's an adversarial relationship, but she will take their money and then she will review and just shit all over their book. Just completely complain about it for here and forever. And it gets her a bunch of views, and that person gets a bunch of attention, and they're fine with it. And I'm fine with her taking money for the review, because I know that person is just going to hate it if she hates it, because that's kind of her brand. And so I think we need to somehow dispel disclosure as being a naughty thing. And it's like, disclosure is only a problem based on your character. If you are a person of bad character, then yeah, maybe you should be afraid of disclosure because you're already a bad actor. But
I
if you have an audience who likes you as you shouldn't be afraid of disclosure at all. Like if you're it's that argument of like, if you're innocent, you shouldn't be afraid of of going through the investigation process or the trial process. Because if you are innocent, like people will not hate you
well,
for
I
it.
don't know if I'd go. I don't know if I'd say that about the legal system and the way people perceive things.
Ideally.
Yeah, ideally. I don't know. I think you probably should have to disclose like somewhat the context. This is
Mhm.
something I've
Mhm.
had to like deal with recently myself, actually. Because I was approached by someone who wanted me to write an article on their website about my project. This current project you're reading about right now that I'm interviewing you for right now.
Mhm.
I turned them down and I told them that I won't. I don't really feel comfortable doing that. But here's someone else who I could recommend that you talk with. And so I recommended that they talk with this other person, and they ended up writing an article that's not published yet. And
Mhm. Mhm.
I was obviously like, well, look, when you write this article, you're probably going to have to disclose that you know me. I think that's the right thing to do, and not just that you know me, but that also that like you've talked with me about this article, even just so that the audience has like a clear understanding of this, of your
Mhm.
relationship with me, and
Yeah.
your involvement with like not really the project per se, but like with me and your relationship. That way, the audience is aware and the reader is aware that like you do have this potential bias that could cloud the way you think about things.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Uh,
And like it's not just like,
I
oh, I know this person, but if Nathan Grayson would have said, oh, I know Zoe Quinn, like I don't think that's enough disclosure. Actually,
yeah. Well. So here's the thing. I don't know how far you should like. I can't give you how far you should phrase it, but I think what needs to be relayed clearly is like I hang out with this person outside of industry with nothing to do with industry. I choose to call them on my phone and exist with them and be their friend, be an associate, an acquaintance, a person that I enjoy spending time with. I don't know how to phrase that exactly, but I guess what I was trying to get at is you don't have to go into it. Like nobody deserves to know. I'm of the opinion, maybe I'm still sort of an old school bleeding heart liberal in a way. I'm of the opinion nobody has the right to ask details about, your sex life unless there's criminal activity somehow involved
well,
in it. Like, yeah,
to be clear, I'm not saying that they
like
have to like go into like
yeah.
every single fetish thing that they've done together, but they should probably like disclose that they had like a romantic relationship at the very least.
Yeah,
Or
or and
even if
you
they
could
just
phrase
phrased it
it.
as like friendship, like that
Yeah,
might be fine. Like,
yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Is I guess where I'm a little bit defensive is I've over the years of the GamerGate crowd, I have had conversations with people where there are people who are like, no, I need to know if you exactly had sex with somebody. And it's like, I think that is starting to get into a weird space where part of the reason why I want to give some grace with the vagueness is that if you demand too much, you gotta remember, we're all people. If somebody comes up to you and says, I want to know every dirty little detail about a thing, or I don't want you to, or I'm going to be mad if you withhold anything or whatnot, that can start to create the environment all over again of people being afraid to disclose. So that's why I'm trying to give that leeway, is I want as much disclosure as possible. I'm willing to give as much grace and space to make that possible. Because I would rather know at all than know anything to what extent. I don't need to know to what extent. I just want to know. I just want as many people as possible to say how they know, to say that they even know somebody. Um, and I'm going to try not to go too long about this, but going back to being a failed product reviewer person, I lost a lot of deals because I just said I wanted to mention that something was sponsored. Like I was given an email saying like, hey, I want to give you like $200-$300 worth of stuff, and then I want you to review it, and I want you to make it look organic. Like that's something people will say in emails. Like, I want you to make this look organic. Like you just stumbled onto this clothing brand and you just bought a pile of stuff from it and you just made content out of it, and there was no reason you chose us out of the blue. You just did it. And I would come back to them and I'd say like, look, I'm only going to do this if I can just say it's sponsored and nothing else. I'll comment if they bought me the stuff, if I bought the stuff with a discount, then and these places will block you. They'll just block you because you outed yourself as a person who wants to be transparent with their audience, and that's like a black mark to a lot of companies. Like, oh shit, that person is honest with their audience. They're not willing to play the pseudo meta game on the side. They want to be 100% like just open. That's not okay. Even if it's as minor as just saying this is sponsored, labeling as this is sponsored. And to this day, watching fashion hauls and stuff on YouTube for my own entertainment, I see clear examples where like I am 1000% sure that something is a non-organic, completely paid, completely contrived product review disguised as hey guys, I went shopping today.
Now I
It's a
do,
thing.
unfortunately, I believe I mentioned this when we rescheduled, but I don't have that much time today, and we're still in the very
Yeah.
beginning. So I am probably going to try and rush through this a little bit because I have to
Yeah, yeah,
go
yeah.
do some real
Please,
life stuff and
I
not like super soon, but like relatively soon. So
yeah, yeah. No, no, I'm sorry. I'm just like I literally spent 3 days on a painkiller cloud, being totally nonverbal and just kind of being like, eh. I think I've come out of it. I drank 2 cups of coffee, and I'm so excited to be alive and to talk and to be present, and I'm just too much. Go for it.
oh
Go
yeah,
for
no,
it.
no, no, you're totally cool. It's just that I do have plans later on, and these are plans I cannot postpone. So.
Yes, yes.
How responsive do you think the game's press was to calls for reform?
Bad. Very bad. I think they again just like the article, just like the Gamers Are Dead article, bad, worse, shoot yourself in the foot situation as possible. Because they pushed back. They were like, "How dare anybody, you know, want us to be accountable? How dare you ask us to be accountable on any level? We are the gods that bestow articles down on you. We are not the same." That is the message I got, was that they perceive themselves as a different class of entities, and they were unapologetic, and it damaged everything. And again, like I said about the disclosure, worst choice, absolutely worst choice. They could have saved themselves, and they didn't. Um, I feel like that's a lot of Gamergate when it comes to how games journals reacted. Was like, there were so many instances where it's like, okay, you can save yourself here and stop the angry mob, and they just shoot themselves in the foot, double down, and say like, you peons are ungrateful little mushbags, and then the cycle the madness continued. The ride never ends. To this day, the ride does not end because of the lack of humility.
If you were the editor-in-chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were credibly accused of ethical violations, what would you have done?
I would have held a meeting, and I would have said that for the goodness of the company, you guys need to write up a letter that doesn't go into specifics, but you have to admit that you were not being honest, you were not being transparent, you have been yelled at for it. You understand the consequences of your actions, which is you need to apologize and you need to commit to not doing this again, or else you don't have a job here. That's what I would have done. And I know to some people that might sound a little strict, but the problem on the company level versus the individual journalist level was that the companies needed to separate themselves from the journalists' behavior immediately. They needed to say, we are a news outlet. We are our writers' behavior is not reflective of our behavior, and they needed to make a point of that. They did not. They protected their writers in a situation that was not legitimate. If the legitimate kind of way of protecting your sources, your writers, is it's journalist 101. It's the Watergate situation. It's, you've got a source, you've got writers working with a source, and maybe it is not a good idea to release their names, and you hold their names and you do not let their names out because they are literally in danger, and they are exposing really important information that the public deserves to know, and that is worth being a butthead to your general audience and withholding certain pieces of information. Gamergate was not Watergate at all in this situation. Withholding names, protecting people was not justified under usual journalistic criteria at all. And that was a mistake. That was a big mistake.
Do you think there is still a role for good games journalism in the world? And if so, what does that look like to you?
I think there is. I think the path going forward, like I kind of said before, is I think we need to pull back. I think comparing video games to art has its benefits, but I think really like after I was doing a lot of what I would call, product review stuff, working with fashion and things, I think we need to compare game review, game journalism back to product, consumer reporting. Consumer reporting. We are reporting to the consumer what the product is, what it's like, what you should expect, its parameters, its requirements. Is it sluggish? Is it smooth? Is it what was advertised? Is it different than what was advertised? And it needs to be brought back to that level. I think when, like in the Airplay documentary that we were watching on that watch party on your channel, there were a lot of mentions or ideas that like early games journalism, that was like the golden age, or the it was better back then. And
I
I
don't think
think,
that's not what the documentary said.
well, yeah,
But
but that's not what the documentary said. But that's kind of, I guess that's
I
the vibe.
I think well,
Okay.
so I don't. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll let you finish your point.
Oh, no. I'm probably projecting on it. That I'll
Well,
admit
we
that
did
I'm probably.
discuss older games journalism. It wasn't though that it
Yeah.
was more ethical back then, but I think what I at least was trying to get at when we were discussing the documentary was that there was at least this passion for games among the games journalists,
Yes. And I think part of
but they
that
were still corrupt,
passion,
probably.
yeah, but I think part of that passion was that the journalists were consumers of the product, and they wanted to tell other consumers, what the product is about. They wanted from a fellow consumer perspective. And I know people, I keep using this word consumer. Everyone hates it when I use it. Like if I'm in the fashion sphere, people hate me using the word consumer because they're like, fashion enthusiasts. That's what you should call people, or people who enjoy fashion. And it's like, no. We're consuming. We're paying money for this stuff. You're consuming product. Just call it consumerism. Be direct. Be raw. Be blunt. I think video game journalists more were coming from that perspective of, I am a consumer. You are also a consumer. I want to tell you about this thing and why I like it as a consumer of this product, and why you should like it or not like it. Why, how, whatever. And then I think we since have stepped beyond that, where we've gone into this, like I said before, this sort of this art critique perspective of like, well, I am a games a critic. I am a critic of games. I'm not a consumer of games. I am a critic who speaks down to the consumer how they should perceive their consumption of it. And that's where it all goes wrong. I think we just need to get back to that. And I think people like Sid Alpha, and I think Total Biscuit was on the right track with this. Total Biscuit, I didn't agree with him when he started to give opinions about like the industry, the community, blah blah blah. But when he was just talking about games, really on board with a lot of what Total Biscuit was saying, how he approached his review process, and I just think that's the way forward. We gotta get back to the basics, and we gotta get back to the idea that you can succeed as a conglomerate of writers all posting to the same website if that works with your life, your schedule, your personal everything. If being an employee works better for you, that should not be put down. I feel like nowadays we're in this culture where everybody's being pushed to, like I felt this, being pushed to be your own girl boss, and like it's somehow wrong to just be an employee that clocks in and out. And some people just want that lifestyle. If you work for a video game website, you get told to write an article. You're told the deadline, and then after it's posted and it goes live, you can walk away from the computer. You're done. You're out.
So I do want to address
and, yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. I do want to address the audio issues that people are reporting.
Schedule your
So let me
personal
2
everything.
seconds to go
If
through this.
being an employee to write an article, you're told the
Testing,
deadline,
testing.
and then after it's posted and it goes live, you can walk away from the computer. You're done. You're
Yeah.
out.
So I do want to address
And
the.
yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. I think I just need. Do I just need to turn you down a little bit because I'm at full
Okay,
volume
yeah.
on mine.
Yeah, well, I don't know quite how to explain it, but the equipment I'm working on, it's not bad, but like it's not professional, but like it is intentional. It's
address the
it's I got a microphone and whatnot, and
audio
maybe
issue.
depending on what your setup is, it's just we've got two really different setups, so the volume's coming across different. I know I'm popping way too much, but I'm not gonna buy the screen for that anytime soon because I'm cheap and lazy.
Okay,
So.
so is that better, everyone? Let me know what you think. Okay, we'll keep going. All right. Sorry, do you want to finish your point real quick?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll wrap it up fast. I think. What was I trying to say? Okay, so the bottom line is, I just think that we need to be open to the fact that for some people it does work better to work within the structure of a company, because I can tell you that that's a really different experience from being totally self-run. The reason why you don't see that many completely independent games journalists is that it's a difficult job because you are not strictly being a journalist reporting on things. You are doing an incredible amount of overhead management for yourself. And a lot of the time, nobody's helping you. And the only time you can get help is if you earn enough profit to then hire on. And making that leap, that bound, first off, it's hard to get out of the red as an independent. Next, it's hard to get from being in the black to then getting in the overflow section of things. And so I'm not saying it's impossible or that somehow it can't be done, but I think we need to be forgiving of people choosing what kind of employment structure they want to be involved in. And then to kind of wrap it up, just I don't know. We got to go back. We got to go back to does Mario jump when I hit the B button? We went too far. We're talking about representation in video games, and not if you can adjust the glow filter or the whatever that lighting filter is that like often is set way too high, and you can't find any kind of a thingy to bring it down. I don't know what that's called.
Can't there be like games journals and websites that are like normal and talk about like games for like gameplay and
Yeah.
story and controls and mechanic reasons? And then there like
Oh,
also
there.
be like sites like Polygon that are like openly like we're gonna analyze games from like a left-wing view, and like Christ Center
Yeah.
Gamer where it's we're gonna analyze them from like a conservative or like Christian view.
Yeah, and but it's all about disclosure, because a lot of the time opinion sites are self-conscious, and they're also kind of it's difficult to talk about this because like I think people are a little bit deceptive about, they don't want to admit it, but there are people who want to sort of put their thumb on the scale, but also they don't want to admit that they're doing that. They want to influence culture, but they also don't want to say that they're trying to influence anything. And I think as long as websites are really, really transparent about it, I think that's fine. I think it would be fine for a website to be 100% like the communist perspective on video games. But I want to see that sickle and hammer flag like right there on top of the banner. I want to see you just being really honest. Like, what are you coming from? What is this coming from? And not the cloak and dagger method of like, no, I'm just reviewing a video game, but it's obviously slanted. I do want to sort of shove in here really fast. I know you're short on time, but I want to just shove in here really fast that sort of looking at it from the flip side, I'm just going to tell you that outrage and opinion articles get way more hits than dry reviews, and that will always affect the perception of companies when they're making decisions about what to publish. It's just the sad reality. Outrage sells. Outrage earns money. And if you're desperate, and if you're like looking at your spreadsheet and you're like, I don't know how I'm going to pay my writers this month, there's a temptation. Even for the most well-meaning websites, there's a temptation because sometimes you're just trying not to, nosedive into the ground.
In September 2014, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists from competing publications were in a mailing group called Game Journal Pros. What did you think of this revelation?
I, at the time, was shocked because I had not had anything to do with journalistic anything. So I was very surprised. I didn't quite comprehend at the time like what that was about, and I was immediately on the train of, this is obviously collusion. 10 years later, I'm not surprised that there was a group. What disturbs me to this day, what disturbed me at the time and continues to disturb me, is what happened inside that group. That's the problem, how they were interacting with each other. It's like Discord. We're recording this over Discord. There is nothing wrong with Discord as a service, as a concept. There's nothing wrong with people opening up Discord servers, having people there to talk to each other. Nothing wrong with that. But time and time again, I'm sure you have read about it and seen people talk about it. Sometimes Discord groups are formed for nefarious purposes, and it's that purpose, how the program is put to use, that's the bad thing. And the Game Journal Pros list was not being used as most journalistic contact lists are, which is to keep the flow of information circulating around so that everybody has access to the sources they need to write the articles they need to write. Instead, it's very clear that they were using that list to write the same thing out, to coordinate and write out the same narrative without any contradictions, without any personal nuance or anything, and to just push that out as a singular body and message to the unwitting consumer base. So it was wrong.
Do you have any thoughts on deep freeze?
To be honest, I haven't thought about deep freeze in a long time, so beyond the original intention of deep freeze, I don't have any different, or I don't have any opinions on what it has become in the last few years. I just want to put that up front because
nothing in the last few years. Oh. It's not been updated in like 5 years.
Okay.
Or I guess 4 years maybe. Or no, wait, hang on. When was the last update? 2017. Okay, so it's been a minute.
Okay. Yeah, but deep freeze was all about preserving things in their original state, right? So if they were altered later, you could compare.
No.
Or no. Okay. Correct me on this really quick.
Deep freeze is the catalog of. Well, it's basically a watchdog that keeps track of ethical violations, or used to, of gaming websites and games journalists at on those websites. It's still up online, though the website's slowly falling apart.
Well, my opinion, based on that description, is that it is the correct thing to do because what journalists owe the public, like I've said time and time again, is transparency, disclosure. The whole point of a journalist is you're supposed to be trying to deliver information, and no journalist is completely non-biased, and we have to accept that. There will always be some kind of a human bias. That's why I keep kind of bringing up humans. To steal a phrase from, you might know from the debate sphere, Brittany Simons.
Oh, I don't know her, actually. I've heard the name, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, Brittany likes to use this phrase called humans be humans, or humans humaning, or we will inevitably do certain behaviors because that's just kind of in our nature. And we will always have a mild bias, no matter how much we try not to be. But what journalists owe everybody else is the honest attempt at being straightforward, honest, transparent, and if they're not doing that, then they're not doing their job, because now they become something else. If you're not being transparent, if you're not disclosing, if you're not trying to truthfully convey information, you would become an opinion writer, you would become a critic, you've become a columnist, I don't know, weekend writer person in the back of a magazine or whatever. I don't mean to say that to put anybody down, but you have left the sphere of journalism. Journalism is about these tenets, and we should hold people accountable for when and if they violate any of this stuff, you know. And if we don't hold them to it, then it creates an environment where things can fester. I mean, going back to the whole concept of the casting couch, the only reason why casting couches exist is nobody stops or calls them out. The minute a casting couch is called out, it stops. The minute Weinstein was called out, Weinstein couldn't pressure anybody into sex anymore because he was exposed. So I say Deep Freeze is doing its job as long as it is sticking to those guns and isn't like expanding out into other things that really have nothing to do with journalistic integrity.
In August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay conference. The idea of the conference was to have journalistic ethics experts meet with GamerGate supporters to discuss their concerns about games journalism and the way the media covered GamerGate. The second half of the conference was interrupted by bomb threats, forcing the convention center to be evacuated. Do you have any thoughts on this event?
Um, so I hadn't watched the Airplay thing in years, and then we had the watch party on your channel here a little while ago, and I was really reminded at how much I thought that this was an important event, because sometimes people get upset if an event or a conversation doesn't cover enough. And I would argue the first and foremost goal of a conversation is to crack the door open on something. And I felt like that's what Airplay did. It was opening the conversation on, we need to address this, we need to go over this, and we need to get confirmation on what's cool, what's not cool, what happened, what didn't happen, you know, and demystify the situation. Felt like that was all good. Watching the questions and everything and the answers over again with the panelists is all good. The bomb threat is proof that there are people who are afraid of transparency and honesty. That's just what it was. Anybody who supports that conversation not having happened is inadvertently kind of like, I don't want to say they're endorsing anything, but the bomb threat was somebody who is going that next step to trying to prevent that conversation from happening. And I think we need to stand up and have more Airplay type situations happen for different kinds of incidences, as a way to make a point that, like, when something bad happens, we need to talk about it in the moment or sometime afterwards, whenever it is most convenient, as soon as we can. We need to talk about this, and we need to not shelve things. We need to not shove things off to the side and leave them unresolved. And I feel like that was the accomplishment of Airplay, is even if it maybe didn't get everything done by any stretch, it was addressing and acknowledging, and that is the first step. And I hope we can have more of that kind of a thing happen.
Speaking of more of them, did you see my Arch Anime or Natsucon panel at my panels at Arch Anime and Natsucon, or the South by Southwest Save Point panel?
Uh, when or how recently were those? Because
Like 2016, I think they were.
yeah, okay. So I'm gonna be very honest. I'm an old woman, and I think anything pre-pandemic, my brain goes a little fuzz on. I'm pretty sure I saw one of those. I think I might have seen the Natsukan one, or however you pronounce it, but I do not clearly remember it. I should probably go back and look at it if it's still available. But
Sadly,
I,
it's
I
not
don't.
because of my
Oh, okay.
my own actions. Um,
It's
but
okay.
I hope someone has a copy out there. If you have a copy, send it to me, please.
I can tell you from personal experience, that you would be amazed at how much content related to Gamergate has been deep stored on people's hard drives and stuff. I have seen things. I'm trying not to be salacious here, but I have seen things. Like I can't share, I can't distribute, I can't share, I can't, whatever. But it was shocking to learn that somebody had this or that, stored somewhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if your panels are, on several people's hard drives somewhere in the universe. It's just you need to find them. And probably you've never met them before, but they have it in full.
Why do you think the media largely didn't cover SBJ Airplay?
I think it wasn't covered for the same reason like Gamergate was suppressed. Because it would be admitting that something had gone wrong. And it is very difficult for the media to allow their veneer to crack and for something to have been exposed as having gone wrong. And I think Airplay would have just emphasized this. I also think that they were trying to prevent, I think, cross contamination from happening. And what I mean by that is that Gamergate was kind of happening in its own bubble, and then there are other spheres in the world, other bubbles, political bubbles, other groups of people, and I think the notion was wanting to keep Airplay and Gamergate from cross contaminating into other fields that would feed off on it. Like, there are a lot of very tiny journalistic watch group bubbles in the universe floating around who are trying to expose, wrongdoings in journalism and social media and all this kind of stuff. And I think by not covering Airplay, it was an attempt to prevent these different things finding each other.
Some people believed that Gamergate should have ended after Airplay. What did you think?
Um, I think it is wrong to like artificially push the continuation of things because there are a lot of political movements where that kind of happens. Not to get off too much on another thing, but like a lot of civil rights, not the civil rights movement, but a lot of various splinter rights movements sort of went out to accomplish something, accomplish that, and then kind of people kept trying to push the movement to exist and to have part of the social consciousness aware of it and keep taking donations and stuff. When they were kind of done, they kind of ran their course. I think Gamergate doesn't need to necessarily end, but I think it's important not to run it on fumes. I think Gamergate is a brilliant hashtag to resurrect when something that is completely related to it comes up. Because Gamergate as a hashtag, as a phrase, is a great way to quickly alert, categorize, and bring attention to a thing. And I saw your interview with Nurgle, and I do understand where Nurgle was coming from when Nurgle said that Gamergate became kind of a crux or a trap in and of itself to categorize people and dismiss people. I totally understand that perspective, and I agree with it. But then also, I think telling the movement that it should have just disappeared after Airplay, I don't think that's right, because to this day I see things that I could apply that hashtag to coming up in video game media. Little incidences, little bigger incidences. It's a useful concept to not totally shed off. because I think it did cause a little bit of, this is going to sound horrible, but a little bit of fear in the big marketing body that is trying to, control consumer opinions about video games. And I think it's important to remind that body that ultimately you're here to service the consumer. I feel like GamerGate was a consumer revolt, and the big entities should not feel like they put down the revolt and that it's not going to have a reason to ever pop back up again.
Do you think that the Gamergate banner should have been used to take on industry issues outside of games journalism, such as microtransactions, government contracts involving access to military equipment and military contractors, things like this?
I think it makes sense. I would like to compare Gamergate to another movement, Right to Repair. Have you heard of Right to Repair very much?
Yes, I've heard a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah. Yeah, so Right to Repair is another consumer-driven thing, and it's just really short in a nutshell. It's about just people pushing back against the idea of things not being user-friendly slash repairable slash things going obsolete before necessary, before they actually physically break down, things losing their relevance and ability to use them just so a company can sell you the new product, or basically control your ability to use the object you already paid for. Right to Repair has extended extensively. What Right to Repair covers at this point is huge. And but it all makes sense because it all sort of stems from one central tree trunk concept, and then it sort of branches out. And I feel like Gamergate did that, and I don't think it's a bad thing. What I think is important is to recognize sort of when you do hit those limits, when things start to become so abstractly related that they're not related anymore. And like I mean that's why everybody I think always push back on the idea that Gamergate is some kind of an alt-right movement, because no it's not. No it's not. It's you could, if you extend the tree branches far enough, you start to touch things which you might think like, oh, okay, that's starting to touch on this or that. And you gotta sort of cut it off and say like, no, this movement does have certain definitions, certain limitations. But I also think that letting Gamergate be a general consumer revolt, a general demand for transparency and journalistic integrity, all these things, questioning microtransactions within video games. The important thing is it's questioning transactions within video games. It's not just like criticizing cryptocurrency. Like, I feel like that's the step too far. When you're just talking about cryptocurrency, but not talking about cryptocurrency connected to a video game ecosystem. So as long as it's connected to how consumers relate to video games, I think that's okay. I think that's fine and relevant. But if you drop the video game part, you need to create a new hashtag, a new category of thing to file stuff under.
All right. Some Gamergate supporters believed that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. What did you think of the strategy?
I think there is a line in this strategy. And what that line is it has to do with threats. If you can say genuinely as a consumer, you will no longer consume something, you will personally boycott it if they continue down this line, expressing that, sharing that message directly to the company, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. I think where it crosses the line is the minute you imply that you're going to get other people, you're somehow going to force or cause additional people to do the same thing. If 20,000 concerned consumers send a letter in saying, I'm going to boycott your product if you do blank, I think that's fine. if you send a letter insinuating that if somebody doesn't meet your demands, you will then turn around and convince a glob of people to boycott the thing, meaning you will lead the charge in boycotting the thing, and people will change their minds and opinions because you're making them change their minds and opinions to boycott the thing, all that kind of stuff. That's wrong. So I think it's within those limits. If you cross that line of you're starting to create an artificial boycott that is not organic in nature, then it's not okay. As long as it's genuinely just people looking all at the same information and then they happen to come to the same conclusions, they happen to make the same decisions, that's fine.
Did you support contacting advertisers over ethical violations only, or for other reasons as well?
I think consumers can contact advertisers over any concerns that they have. They just, again, threatening boycott on a larger than individual scale level is where you've crossed the line. I really think leaving the door open is important, because the greatest problem that an advertiser or anybody can do is to become disconnected from the person you're trying to reach. So advertisers are trying to reach the consumers of things. They want to have their finger on the pulse of what the consumer actually wants. And I'm going to tell you, again, from sort of the flip side of it, there are so many spin doctors that will convince advertisers to go in completely the wrong direction in order to appeal to their audience, and then that company will lose a bunch of money unnecessarily because they were led astray. I think it is good to always keep a dialogue between the consumer, the advertiser, the company that produces the product, all the way around. Open dialogue, absolutely 100% across the board.
Do you think that by going after the money of these allegedly corrupt gaming websites, that GamerGate supporters made it more likely or less likely that the publications would be willing to work with them in the future?
I think if you are a publication and you are upset that your viewer, watcher, reader, consumer went to the advertiser instead of directly to you, you have gotten too big for your britches. You need to recognize that there is an ecosystem. All three of these things have the equal ability to touch each other. Nobody is the gatekeeper to another thing. The gaming website is not a gatekeeper between their advertisers and their reader base. It should be even flow all the way around. I think the website has the right to feel resentment and to change their strategy if, let's say they actually get a hold of some of these letters and whatnot. And it's very obvious that, like I was saying before, the reader or consumer is trying to sort of create an artificial boycott, and they're trying to create they're trying to threaten companies and advertisers. Then I think that's definitely a good reason to get mad. But if it's just genuine concerns, if it's polite wording conversation, and if there's no implied threats built into it, nobody should be mad. It should just be accepted. And if you're not accepting of this even flow of dialogue and conversation, then there's something wrong with you.
Were you involved in the for some people, Gamergate was also about artistic freedom. We've talked about art a little bit before. We don't have to go super in depth since we've already covered a lot of this, and we are a little bit pressed for time. Um, was this a part of Gamergate for you? And if so, why did you care about it?
It was because I felt like a lot of I felt like there were so many things that got like snowballed into Gamergate and wrapped up in the fervor of the moment. And part of that is that a lot of the people who had been trying to kind of steer the artistic direction of video games such as I would argue Anita Sarkeesian wrote her scripts with the intention of trying to steer opinions. I know that's a bit of perhaps thought crime that I'm projecting, but I feel like she was trying to influence the direction of game design to some extent in a direction that didn't have to do with, again, the consumer, but what she wanted as a feminist critic. I think that what was important was that there were developers who were under pressure by these people to change what they were doing artistically. But then it turns out that sort of the greater bubble of people trying to change the narrative on games also seemed to be corrupt. And so that's how I think it all got tied in together. And I think it was important for the artistic side of games, the artistic expression of video games, that all this sort of happened all at once in one giant beautiful mess.
What do you think of arguments about video games causing or reinforcing real-world sexist attitudes?
Well, that's a really interesting thing, because I would argue yes and no. What I would argue is that you need to pull back and you need to say, what are all the this? I'm going to try to keep this short because this could blow up into a bigger, broader thing. But basically, I think that video games can influence young people. I really want to emphasize this. I think if you are a 30-year-old adult playing a video game, the likelihood of a video game influencing your perspective on issues of sexism or the portrayal of male, female, woman, male characters, all this kind of stuff, I think it's exactly like all other media, which is we find time and time again, yes, young children are influenced by the media that they consume, and the older you get, the less influence you are, because the greater sense of personal self and independent thought you have going on. So I would argue that as long as a video game is properly, age rated, there obviously is no problem with people choosing to portray things however they want to choose. But just like programming for young children, if you are making a video game for a very young child, and you give them some kind of a very weird sexist message or violent message, it should not be surprising that the child internalizes that, because they are a child consuming anything. And I think that's the part we need to break down, is that video games are the same as a book or a movie or a television show in terms of how much it influences you. And it's not more influential than those things. And I think we've developed this really weird thing where when movies first came out, we blamed movies for violence and the decay of society. And we're like, well, it's so tragic how movies are ruining everything. People should read more books. And then now we're at the point where it's like, oh, video games are making everybody sexist or violent. They should be watching movies. like we've moved the meter, but really everyone's influenced by every media they consume.
most of the people though who argue for that video games cause real life sexism, they would also say that movies do too, right? That the movies, books, that it all causes sexism, because they're all things that you're taking in, and you could theoretically be influenced by them to some minute degree.
Well, okay, if somebody's coming from that perspective, I've often met people who make a division between forms of media. Like somehow they don't think music is as influential as video games, or they don't think books are as influential as but if we're talking about somebody who says across the board all media, has the same level of influence or whatnot, I just fall back to that point that I think, yeah, very young children who have no sense of self and are trying to build an understanding of reality and the world around them, video games can influence them in how they then understand the universe. But if a 30-year-old dude picks up a video game with giant boobs in it, those giant boobs in that video game are not going to change his understanding of boobs.
Normally in this
If that makes
area,
any sense.
I'll try to push back more, but we are a little bit pressed for time. I'll push back a little bit. I just want to ask more qualifying questions.
Go
So,
for it.
what evidence do you think there is that young people, I guess children, um, would be affected by video games and like have it influence them in negative ways?
That is a good question. Where that comes from is tangentially taking other studies, other bodies of evidence, and then applying it to video games by saying, well, if there's a study about this and video games have some sort of we can kind of compare these two things together, then I'll project that onto gaming. The truth is, there is not a large body of information, academic, medical studies, whatnot. There isn't yet, which is a problem that I think needs to be addressed. Video games as a whole have not been studied very much. And this is true for social media. There are more studies starting to happen around social media, and the conclusions are really, really interesting, especially around parasocial relationships, because we actually have evidence now to like look at and go through. Video games, the reason why I say that they influence very young children is because I'm projecting what we know about books, movies, television, and then going way back in the literature and everything. It goes back to home environment. If a child grows up surrounded by violence, they will perceive violence differently than a person who grew up around a low violent, no violence environment. And so right there at the very base, without any computers, electronics, printed media, anything involved, you've got a baseline of like, okay, kids are easily influenced by things. And then what you'll find is that as humans grow older, no matter what environment they enter into, because they have prior life experience, they're able to compare back prior life experience to what they're experiencing right now. And often things don't impact them as hard because of that. So that's where I'm coming at it from, is that I'm assuming that, you know, if children are influenced by video games like other things in their early life, then it would technically have an impact, but it doesn't I don't believe, until the evidence shows otherwise, I don't believe it has more impact or less impact than other forms of media, or by literally if their parents are fighting at home versus not fighting at home. Like, sexism is very easily passed down culturally by how children see their parents treat each other. A child who sees his mother treated in a very particular way that we would call in a modern first world Western country as being sexist, that kid is going to see that as normal behavior and then will be sexist towards people without consciously meaning to, because that's like that was trained as his normalcy. So that's where I'm coming from on it.
And w- a lot of the people who argue that video games do cause sexism, they're talking about not just children but adults. That they would argue that the
See,
30-year-old person who does play the video game, or the 40-year-old or 50-year-old or 60-year-old person, that when they do play the video game, that they're taking in the messages of the game, and that could be either conscious or unconscious. That if they play a video game and in the video game female characters are treated differently than male characters, that could inform the way that they view the world, and they might start actually acting that way in real life.
see, I think that's pretty ridiculous. Because, like I said, I'm kind of, you know, I'm abstracting a lot from other known things, and I don't think we have examples of like here's a brief one. There's this guy, he's on Twitter, he's called Lord Miles. Lord Miles has a death wish. He goes to very dangerous places and laughs about it, and then comes back and tells his grand stories about whatever. Lord Miles spends a lot of time with the Taliban as a joke. Like, he's a British citizen, he goes to Afghanistan, he's literally been arrested by the Taliban and then released again and then hung out with them again. It's a weird relationship. I do not believe that Lord Miles, is like a 25-year-old guy, has a different view on women just because he's been hanging out in Afghanistan. If that makes any sense. Like, I do not think that just because you play a video game as an adult with a fully formed human brain, that video game can change your hard understanding of reality. And if it can be proven that it really can, then that would have horrible, bizarre implications on all forms of media. If all forms of media could really drastically change an adult brain's ability to perceive reality, that is an amazing can of worms that would get opened up. But until it's proven, until that can of worms is proven to exist, I really doubt video games have a magical ability to do that at all.
Right. But wouldn't they argue that everything that we interact with in our lives, that as humans, we're always learning and growing and developing, and most people at least are, or some people are, like we're all learning and developing and growing as humans, and like even as a 30-year-old, you still enjoy works of art. Like you'll still pick up a book, and let's say it's a fictional novel, and you're like, okay, in this novel, I'm exploring a perspective other than my own. I'm learning things about the world, perhaps, or I'm learning things about this fictional fantasy setting, or there's lessons to be learned here that I might not have considered otherwise, information I may not have otherwise encountered. And this book tells me things that might inform the way that I think about things in the future. If I read a book about, I don't know, let's say it's a fictional novel about storm chasers, and I'm like, wow, this is like a really interesting like world that I never knew anything about. Um, maybe tornadoes are like extremely dangerous, and I hadn't really thought about them that way before because I don't live in an area where there's a lot of tornadoes, and this has informed the way I see the world. And now I like become like super concerned about tornadoes everywhere I go. I'm like, oh my god, what if there's a tornado that hits? Oh, should I go outside even? Should I like build a bunker and live there for the rest of my life because I'm so terrified of tornadoes from this fictional
Well,
experience?
yeah. So this isn't you have officially stepped into the weeds, Tachyon. You have officially stepped into the wetlands full of tall grass, and now we're wading through it. And I'm gonna try to, like, again, not go too off the rails with how to address this, but like, it is becoming, the way you describe that, that is exactly the uncomfortable chicken and the egg point that we kind of hit with this. And a problem I see and I've experienced is that this is the point where people start to say things like, we need to have this conversation another time. We need to have this conversation under different circumstances. We need to have this conversation with different people leading the conversation. Because it is getting really deep in there into human behavior. And I feel like I can't define an answer to that, because I do agree we are always influenced. I guess what I was trying to get at is, if you want to talk about direct influence, I think it's very hard after you've sort of grown up to be directly one-to-one influenced. I believe you can be influenced through exposure. After that point, I believe your brain can start to go down a train of thought that leads you to a place based on what information you've consumed that maybe is really off from reality. But my argument for the video game thing is that I think the only time you can say a direct one for one is in regards to like early childhood development. And then once you get out of like even teenagers, I would argue that I'm a hard supporter for on the mass media level being cautious about what content to consume for teenagers, because I think teenagers are still trying to define themselves and are much more easily influenced than like a 20-year-old, a 25-year-old, or whatever. But once we're really out of this zone of childhood, once we're past 18, I think it becomes very difficult to say at what point we've been too influenced, or that we are, or at what point are we changeable by the media we consume.
Well,
Because there are, yeah, sorry.
the the tornado example, I went to the extreme there, but like, what if they read the book about the storm chasers and they become like 2% more wary of tornadoes moving forward in life?
Well, your example is actually not too far off base at all, because a real world example that relates directly to your book idea is that a lot of people believe that 50 Shades of Grey caused injuries. The people read 50 Shades of Grey and took it as a manual for doing certain things with their partner. And then maybe because it's not accurate information, may have gotten each other hurt physically because they were using something that used to be a Twilight fanfic and then was turned into its own intellectual property and then published as, smut. and getting hurt of it. So your example, your tornado example, is like totally legit. It's totally within the realm of reason, because it happens. It does happen all the time. And clickbait videos, super popular YouTubers kind of cause a lot of problems by giving misinformation to their audience. It does. It's all totally real. I'm just gonna be really honest. I hit kind of an intellectual wall here where I don't know, how to further debate the point, because this is sort of the end of where I can come up with a good argument in either direction, because it starts to go down the path, like, if we accept that people, can't, I believe people are accountable even if they were misinformed. They hold some level of accountability for their actions, even if it was based on misinformation, even if they were misled, whatever. Because at some point it gets into this murky zone of like, maybe we have to censor things. And I'm really against censorship. 18 plus, I'm against censorship. 18 below, I understand the need for some degree of consideration. But I'm afraid to really get into the weeds on that 18 above category.
Speaking of censorship, what did you think of previous attempts to link video games to violence in the 80s, 90s, 2000s?
I think that was moral panic. I'm a strong believer that moral panics are something built into us. That is the Salem witch trials. That's why everybody always talks about the Salem witch trials, is because it happened so far back. It's a really good, easy example to bring up of like people getting really riled up, and then a bunch of stuff happens that didn't need to happen. I think video game violence was a nutty thing, because it's really comparable to making that same argument against movies. During the 1980s, a lot of people got really upset with how ultra-violent some movies got. A lot of people were mad at RoboCop and, and Die Hard and the Rambo films and stuff. And then that opinion kind of just got transferred onto video games. Like, now it's happening with video games. And then they kind of forgot about movies, I felt like, for in place of video games. And then there was also before that in the 1970s, there was the whole Dungeons and Dragons thing. And again, I want to point out, like, people were really upset about Dungeons and Dragons, and then suddenly we're not, because something else kind of got saddled with that panic, with that moral panic. And so I really think video games have gotten saddled with that moral panic twice. I believe that sort of the conservative Christian right initially had that panic going about video games, and then that kind of got settled because I feel like a generation of gamers grew up into adults and were able to offer counter arguments, and like that settled down for a while. But then the feminist argument for the moral panic over video games happened. And because I think that came from a different political direction, it's like it restarted the whole thing, like the first round never happened or something. And I think it's just a bunch of hoopla, because if there is a thing to complain about, I would argue it's about individual things. Like, when it comes to what people often call like woke media, I have problems with individual properties, individual pieces of media. They end up kind of forming a glob, but I can name the names. It's not this unknown thing. It's not just video games are violent. It's like this show, and this show concerns me for X, Y reasons, in that kind of an order.
It's interesting because obviously it's come up a lot that there was this moral panic about Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop RPGs in the 70s and
Yeah.
80s. And like everyone cites this, and of course it was a real thing. It very much was a real phenomenon that occurred. But today, in the year 2023, and you'll never really encounter those people anymore. And I don't know if that's because like those people changed their minds and realized that they were wrong, or that they died out because they were like older people back then, or I mean, presumably some of them are still alive, um, or if they just never changed their view at all and they still hold that view, they just don't talk about it anymore because like you don't see those people in the
Yeah.
wild anymore, it seems. Or maybe
Well, okay.
maybe they have their own like website out there. I don't know about it. Maybe.
Yeah, there are websites. But what I would kind of argue is it's two things. You're right. People did die out that had that opinion. And the sort of the moral compass or the moral temperature of our culture shifted. And what I would say is that in doing research recently for a project I'm on, I as an atheist have been studying religion more, to understand the basis of certain beliefs, why certain things that to me seem irrational as an atheist are seen as rational from a religious perspective. And one thing I've really found is that a lot of religions in their older forms and sort of the more hardcore old school people involved in it have certain beliefs that cause them to be upset about Dungeons and Dragons, and just in the younger generations that have followed, not so much. Like here's a quick one. Mormons used to be militantly against all forms of fiction. They were just really against it. I know people who grew up in the Mormon church in the 1950s, 1960s, never allowed to read anything that wasn't just nonfiction. And so a lot of Mormons really love history because as a kid, you could read about the Napoleonic Wars, but you're not allowed to watch Star Trek. And so, but now, Brandon Sanderson is a famous Mormon fiction writer, and he holds a fiction writing class at Brigham Young University. The weather vane has shifted, and it's okay now to write about fiction as a Mormon with that understanding that it's fiction and it's okay, it's not real, and we don't have to worry about people being influenced. What the fear with Mormons in fiction used to be said was that if you read Lord of the Rings, you might believe that there are dragons in mountains. That just by reading Lord of the Rings, it could make you believe things spontaneously. So you can't read stuff. But that opinion is now shifted, and now things are okay. And in that same way, I'm going to try not to go on too long, but with Dungeons and Dragons, the act of generating random numbers through dice rolls used to be seen as a very demonic ritual practice. And so a lot of very religious people were very afraid of Dungeons and Dragons because they saw Dungeons and Dragons using a lot of pagan iconography and invoking the idea of random generation of numbers, of concepts of things, of going against the idea of everything preordained and trying to go with the spontaneous, the chaotic, the feral, the savage, the primordial. And I know that's like really out there, but like it caused a lot of genuine fear in a lot of religious people. Like these kids are being taught to summon demons and to roll dice. And in our modern minds right now today, that seems very strange. But like 30, 40 years ago, people used to freak out if you shuffled a deck of cards. If they were very religious, devout people, they were afraid of you shuffling cards because you are randomizing the cards. And that just sounds foreign today, but back then it made sense.
Some political activists believed that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as hashtag change the cover. What did you think of this tactic?
Um, it's a can of worms. I think that, again, if it's for anything intending to be distributed, given, consumed by people over 18 years old, I'm against any form of trying to curtail artistic integrity. If you are George Lucas and you are hired by Fox Studios to film some little movie called Star Wars, Fox Studios, because they are holding the purse strings, they hired you, you're working for them, they can tell George Lucas that it's a stupid idea for Chewbacca to be a pet terrier dog that runs around and poops on the Millennium Falcon. That Chewbacca should be a more active alien character in a science fiction film. They have the right to say that because of the structure around that. To have consumers pressure an artist to change something, I really feel that as moral shaming, as trying to, like, as a weird form of almost slut shaming on somebody's artistic vision.
Where do you think the lines are between criticism and censorship?
Censorship is the minute you limit accessibility. The minute you place any limit on access, that is censorship. Criticism is lobbying an opinion at a thing, but you're not obstructing its ability to circulate.
Do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from foreign games when they are localized?
I think it is total BS. I think it's bad, and I think it really hurts our understanding of the outside world. A very common narrative that we hear often is like, we need to stop thinking from a Western perspective. Well, I'm sorry, when you censor games coming over to the US, you've officially stamped your Western perspective on that game. And I kind of come from the perspective of growing up in an immigrant family where I was often told that you look white enough, you're white passing, why don't you just be white? And being really offended by that, because it's like, no, just because you're Caucasian on like a technical level, you have culture, and culture is regional and it's different, and different people and I always found it really bizarre how people on the one hand often talk about diversity and how we need to not be so narrow-minded, but at the same time you need to convert to our standards. I think that if a game developer is told that the only way their thing is going to get distributed by a publisher in another country is to change it. And if they willingly sign on the dotted line that you can make these specific changes, I think that's a tragedy for the consumer. And I think the consumer has a right to voice it, but it is the choice of the original creator to have, consented to those changes. I don't have an example on me, but I feel like sometimes in games, things have been censored when they've gone overseas in either direction without telling the original developer. And then that, I think, is terrible. That is like the worst thing ever, is it's to just change somebody's art without any consultation.
Some critics of Gamergate have argued that the movement was mostly or entirely right-wing. Do you think that was accurate?
No, no, I am a bleeding heart liberal, and I am part of Gamergate. And a lot of people be like, but Chips, you believe in this and that. Blah, blah, blah. No, 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 no. I grew up eating the stinky hippie food. I grew up with parents who had the twinkle in their eye of the summer of love, the actual summer of love, not the one with fire. And granola everything, love everybody, be friends with everybody, make friends across spectrums, understand that you're all different, hold each other up. I grew up in an environment where, not to put labels on too much, but I would argue that my parents were in a lot of ways gender non-conforming, and then I ended up being gender non-conforming on a lot of levels, and that was just accepted, just no questions. And I ended up in Gamergate, and a lot of people I know who have similar views ended up in Gamergate. Like I kind of mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'm in sort of the quote-unquote Gavin zone of the United States of America, and I went to one live get-together for Gamergate. Tons of people. Very diverse crowd of people, all support Gamergate, no question. Absolutely nobody had anything remotely suggestive about being alt-right anything about them.
You've already touched upon this a little bit, but do you want to talk more about your personal political views or philosophy?
Yeah, I can do a little bit about that. I basically I'm just a very accepting person. Like I was raised with just this hardline idea, like you accept people up until the point that it actually causes a problem. Meaning that if somebody says something stupid, you can choose to be their friend or not. You at that point you can choose whether or not you're their friend, whether or not you want to be associated, whatever. That's your prerogative. But also they should just be allowed to say things. Because if they are shooting themselves in the foot, that's their choice to shoot themselves in the foot, and good for them. The minute that person tries to affect you or others on a physical level of any kind, that's the hard line. These are just the general things I've always believed. And so what's been weird over the last 10 years or so is I feel like I went from just being a very left-wing person, not intentionally, just by having that attitude, to now being seen as very conservative, because I have those views of like intellectually you can do whatever the heck you want up until the point you take it into the physical world. You can identify and express yourself however you want up until the point you're like affecting other people's lives. And apparently that seems to now come into conflict with a lot of left-wing people.
Have your political views or philosophy changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate?
Yeah. So I used to be a bit of a fedora atheist. I was one of those very annoying children on the internet, if you can imagine. What was he called? The amazing atheist. Watched all of his videos, all that kind of stuff. And through Gamergate, through the last 10 years or whatnot, I've really gained a respect for sort of where we came from as a society. Because what I realize is the reason why I consider myself so liberal is because I'm standing on the shoulder of giants. There are people who did a lot of amazing amounts of work for me to have the privilege and the luxury to have the beliefs I have. And coming to realize that has made me look sort of at the other side of the aisle with a lot of compassion, because it's like, well, yeah, it's because, you know, of everybody's work together and the work of people who I don't necessarily agree with on many levels. We have what we have today, and that I think where sort of the left, quote unquote, has gone is that they're sort of spitting on the graves of everybody who made it possible to be in the position that they're in. And then they're saying that, you know, we have to actively, you know, do things which could, you know, sort of roll certain things back. And I don't think they understand how it's kind of regressive to do some progressive things. But I also don't know what to really do about it, because apparently I'm now alt-right or something.
All right. Unfortunately, again, due to time constraints, we really are going to have to like really short answers moving forward. I think.
Yeah.
I do
Sorry.
apologize. If there's something you think is really important that you want to expand upon greater, of course you can give a little bit of a longer answer. But
Yeah, I'm sorry.
no, it's not.
I'm just so
You're
happy
fine.
to be a talky face today.
I know we talked earlier about analyzing and criticizing games from a political lens. Do you think there's any, and you said that you're okay with this as long as they're clear and upfront about what their beliefs are and what they're doing. Do you think that there's any value though in the Marxist or feminist or Christian or Islamic or whatever critique of video games?
It keeps you in line, because I think the way anybody gets really off base, whatever their starting point is, the way they get really off on the deep end is isolation. You need to be aware of what everyone else is thinking in order to keep yourself in line with your personal morals, because sometimes you'll find that maybe you're starting to go down a path that doesn't align with your inner moral beliefs, and you can then make that correction earlier rather than later. And I think right now there are people who are protesting with other people who are then getting attacked in the streets, if you know what I mean. With the whole Palestine-Israeli thing, there are a lot of people who are getting attacked while protesting for Palestine because they are ethnically Israeli, and they're surprised because they were, I believe, not keeping a good full awareness of what everybody's thinking on that subject matter. They were kind of getting isolated in a bubble, and then they get a really rude awakening. And I think in order to prevent rude awakenings, it's important to check in with everybody. You know, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? And I think that's healthy.
Some people say that GamerGate was the quote unquote first battle of the culture war. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
Absolutely. I think a lot of things were coming to a head at that point, and it just ended up being the first culture war. And it only became the first culture war because, like I said earlier with other answers, a lot of mistakes were made about how to handle Gamergate as a like the burgers and fries thing as a controversy, and then out of that was birthed Gamergate. And so even though it was avoidable, I think it was the first culture war. And I think, like, as other interview people that I've listened to on your program so far, they've said, you know, if it didn't happen then, it would have happened later. I absolutely agree. It would have eventually happened if it hadn't been addressed at that point. By addressing it at the point that it was addressed, it did vent things a little bit, and then it kind of exposed things enough that people just know that's how it is now. Like, okay, the industry's just corrupt. It's not a revelation anymore.
We've talked a little bit about moral panics. What do you think of the framing of Gamergate or the reaction to it as being a moral panic?
I think it was a moral panic, and I think what the panic was partially realizing that there were a lot of unchecked behaviors going on with modern feminism and a lot of identity politics stuff that was suddenly biting them in the butts, so to speak. Like I said earlier about the whole casting couch thing, it's empowering when the person not in power is doing it. It was kind of the thing, the vibe I was getting a lot in different circles. And I think Burgers and Fries was an example of how the general public or consumers were not on board with that idea. And I think there was a panic to quickly figure out or do something about that realization. Again, kind of a rude awakening moment, like, oh no, we have to quickly cover this whole thing and we have to censor it because the public didn't react the way we thought they would react to such a thing happening.
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believe in Enlightenment liberal values and those who don't?
I think it's dumb. And I don't mean to be so blunt with it, but the reason why I think it's dumb is that anytime I've tried to get into the weeds about it with somebody and point out how there's like from my perspective, I'd argue my perspective is almost some kind of a feminist spin to it. To be pro Gamergate is kind of the feminist way to do it, is my argument. People get really super uncomfortable and often don't have, it's not that I'm proven right by any means, but it's like they don't know how to grapple with that perspective. Like I've had people just drop conversations with me because they don't know quite what to do with me when I put it that way. And so I've always felt like it isn't political. I feel like there may be more people of one political party involved, but I don't think the movement itself is political because it appeals to everybody. Consumer issues about corruption, that's the most like bipartisan kind of a thing a movement can be about. I would also like point out right to repair is sometimes being framed as a right-wing issue, when again it's like, how can wanting your car not to get soft locked because they turned off the app on your phone, a partisan issue? It's a bipartisan issue.
Did you interact with any anti-Gamergate people?
Not really, because the way I engaged with Gamergate was that I was not interested in debating people who were looking to debate directly. I was interested in talking about it. I was interested in if anybody wanted to talk to me about it, but I wasn't looking to like engage directly and whatnot. And I think it's just my personality. I'm kind of this weird passive person where I'm often a very passive in my day-to-day life, but if somebody engages me, then I tend to run with it. Like I'm really into this interview right now because we both have come together in the space and we want to hash this out, talk this out, go through these interview questions. But I'm just not somebody where I would be the initiator of stuff. And so that's why like I was in Gamergate, but also a lot of people are surprised, like, well, what did you do in Gamergate? And it's like I was kind of there. I was there. I was one of the like D-Day had a bunch of people, and I'm just one of those people. I didn't do anything in particular. I was just I was one of the people out there on the beach.
Well, you did engage in conversations, I think, on my channel with some anti-Gamergate people, though. Yes.
Yeah. And but again, that was like sort of a controlled space where everybody's consenting and agreeing to take part in it. It's not chasing somebody down on social media to debate them in a comment section or something. Like it's very much this closed environment of like, you want to talk, I want to talk, we want to sit down and talk here in this place with maybe a moderator or something.
The chat's giving me shit for saying short answers only, and then asking these super large, complex, open-ended questions.
I know. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to like keep it down.
Is there an object so heavy even God can't move it? Short answers only, please. Can God create such an object? An object that he could not even move?
Oh, oh, oh.
No, no, please don't answer. Unless you.
No, no. I want to make one comment on that, one tiny comment on that, and it's
Okay.
just about like religion in general, and that is like the more I read about religious stuff, the more like on a low key note, on a very superficial low key note, sometimes I go, yeah, they got a point there.
Did you
You
ever
know, as an
change?
atheist, sorry.
Did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
I don't think I changed people's minds, but I think I shook them up. And that's a goal I sort of have generally in life is like whenever I talk to somebody, my goal is never to change their mind. I'm not out to convert. And what I'm up to doing is I want to shake you up. I want to flip the script. And then I want you to confirm to yourself how you feel about it. I'm really against the idea of converting your opinion into my opinion, and now you are a disciple of my opinion. I'm very, if I feel like I shook some people up. I feel like one of the big aspects of me interacting with GamerGate was I wanted to be that not your shield kind of person, and push the fact that, you know, whatever assumptions you have about what this is, it's not, because look at me now, rethink your thoughts on that.
Are you friends with anyone on the other side?
I never interacted enough, I think, to make friends. I'm in a lot of interesting situations where there's a lot of people who are, I would say, cool with me, or like tolerant to me. There's a lot of people that I think that if I had been more vocal, they would have like put me on a block list or something. But I'm like the tolerated gamer in a lot of online circles. I'm the tolerated one. I don't know if I'm one of the good ones, but I'm the tolerated.
We'll have to ask Helicopter Guy if you're one of the good ones. And you never made it on the blacklist, surprisingly.
I don't think I did. See, here's the thing. I don't check if it's been updated or I've been added or whatnot. I just remember, like, it just seems like I'm always able to see stuff that other people are like, I'm blocked. And it's like, oh, I saw that tweet.
There's
That's really.
a good way to check right now. Just go and see if Adam Sessler has you blocked. If so, you're probably on the list.
I'm not going to comment on my status with Adam Sessler. I'm going to leave that a mystery.
How could the Gamergate conversation have been more productive?
I think it would have been more productive if everybody put down their ideological banners, which wasn't possible because of how the stage was set. The stage was set around everything being framed around this directly plugs into identity politics. This plugs directly into the progressive cultural thing we're heading down. And because it kept getting related to other things, that made the conversation less productive. I think, you know, if people could set aside the gender, like I said before, the genders and the sexes of who was involved in burgers and fries, and just talked about the base concept. You know, somebody had some relation with a person in publishing articles, promotional materials, stuff with a person who would directly benefit from that exact field. That, you know, and sometimes I was able to abstract the conversation down to that level. And I found with anti-Gamergate people, they always said like, well, but we can't talk about it that way because we have to say that there was a woman and a man. Like, we can't have this conversation without bringing it up a few levels to bring in stuff. If you bring it down to that level, I can't talk to you about it. And I think that's just proof that, like, that was the problem with the whole Gamergate thing. And again, I think it would have helped the publishers if they brought it down to that base point, if they just talked about it on that level and weren't trying to ride the train of, if we make it about identity politics, then people will fight for us, kind of a thing.
All right, now you made a Not Your Shield video yourself, and
Yep.
well, around this time I usually ask people what they think of Not Your Shield. Obviously, you have your own video about this, which I'll link in the Discord if anyone wants to watch it. But anything you want to say about Not Your
It's an
Shield?
old video. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of news things to say about it. I think that's another hashtag that people should not be afraid to pull up. Now that's an interesting hashtag because I would say that's a bit more loosey-goosey than Gamergate, because it's about, this idea of representation. And so I feel like that's more loosey-goosey, that can go into other mediums, other forms. But I think it's a useful concept to keep in mind that it is really dangerous for people to use other people as like an argument point. And I've sort of felt this over the years with whenever, like, not only gaming journalists but like just people who have like review channels on YouTube who claim no title or anything. They just talk about games, or they talk about game design generally. A lot of them will cover the idea of how to make video games more accessible to disabled people, but they're talking about it from the perspective of being completely able-bodied, and they're like really abstracting out, really just guessing what would be helpful. And I sometimes find that bothersome because it kind of hits me as like, why don't you just ask a disabled person what would be helpful, and then you can like build a thing around that or something. And I feel like that's kind of maybe off a little target, but Not Your Shield I think is a good reminder of bringing it back to like, hey everybody, I know we don't have an infinite amount of experience individually, but sometimes you can start to talk way out of line and sort of use other people as your shield, when really you need to check back in with that, whoever that is. And it's also taught me not to speak for other people over the years. Just reading other people's Not Your Shield posts and stuff.
Some websites censored discussion about Gamergate. Why do you think that is?
Websites censoring discussion about Gamergate?
Well,
Well, they just
4chan, R Gaming, NeoGaf, Reset Era,
so
RPG.net, I think was one.
So I think different websites have different motivations. I think 4chan's motivation is simple. Well, not simple. I think it's two-pronged. One, I think the Jannies have been co-opted on certain boards, and I don't know which boards, but I think it's been co-opted in some senses, and that could be a reason why Gamergate is censored. On a bigger issue, I think the actual people who own 4chan and other image board sites are tired of being pooped on by mass media, using them as sort of something to point at and to blame, but also constantly stealing material from. A lot of image boards are places where people anonymously discuss the news and happenings, and actually will share breaking news and stuff. And it's been a long-held practice of bigger media sites just stealing content, whatever, not referencing that they got the information from an image board. There have been many instances of 4chan spreading something eventually to mass media, and they don't mention at all that they got it off 4chan. But then when something bad happens and it can be sort of traced back to 4chan, then 4chan is under tremendous amount of pressure for having had that happen. So I think it could be self-preservation, or it could be Janny co-opting, one of these two. And then with sites like news sites, video game news sites and stuff, I think it's a lot of the time just they don't want to deal with the shitstorm, just flat at this point. I think it's been so many years out, they just don't want to deal with the shitstorm. And it's not necessarily fueled by deeper motivations. I think closer to the event of Gamergate, there were deeper motivations, but today, I think it's broadly just, I don't want to deal with it.
All right, and again, I do apologize for doing this, but we only got about 30, 40 minutes probably tops that we can do this still.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we're about to do it. We have still we're half a little bit over halfway, just barely. So we're gonna do like a lightning
Mm-hmm.
round almost. Like I hate to do it, but
I'm gonna try.
because I
I'm
think
gonna try,
you have
Sully.
a lot to add about and a lot to say. But why do you think some people claimed that Gamergate was about harassment or hating women?
Because they were looking at it from too much of a macro perspective. They were too zoomed out, and what they were just looking at were the genders or the sexes of the people involved. And based on those ratios, they're like, it's a harassment campaign against women. Instead of zooming in and saying, oh wait, women are humans, just like men are humans, and that means that women could take actions or do things in the universe which make people angry. And maybe some people get angrier than others. Or here's a big brain, sort of brain blimp thought. Maybe certain groups of humans are more inclined to be vocally expressive about outrage than other humans, which may, from a societal or evolutionary standpoint, be a little bit more passive about expressing their opinions on things. So I don't. I think anybody who breaks it down to that level is just staring at the incident from too far away.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Women Action Media study that found that only 0.66% of Gamergate supporters had engaged in harassment? Or the Newsweek
Yes.
slash Brandwatch study? Okay. Do you have anything you want to say
Yes.
about these real quick?
If I was a person that drank alcohol, I would have cracked open a champagne bottle. I was like vindicated, just pile of vindication. That's it.
What do you think of the Gamergate anti-harassment patrol?
I did not participate in that, but I thought that was an interesting sort of like social experiment to do. A group self-policing, because that can go downhill really fast, or it has the potential to work. It's kind of like, I don't want to meme around too hard, but like it's the meme kind of that a lot of people spread around communism. The idea of like, well, in theory, if everybody was on their best behavior, communism should work theoretically. But what happens in practice? And so I did not follow it closely enough to develop a strong opinion on how they were conducting it. But I think it was good that it happened, because I think anytime a watch group within a group shows up, it reminds people, just like the Gamergate phenomenon itself, it reminds people that everyone isn't the same brain think, and everybody isn't okay with what might be dubious behavior. And I think it's always important for humans to kind of remind other humans that we're all sort of keeping a vague eye on each other's behavior, generally.
How important to you was it that bad actors were condemned?
I think it was important because by keeping by condemning the bad actors, you're actually placing a name and a face to the problem rather than it being this omnipotent problem. That's why I find what you were saying earlier about the third party trolls to be really interesting, because I suspect they're really not, they're a bunch of unrelated, sort of individuals, and it will be interesting to sort of hear from their individual perspective what was going on. And part of getting rid of and demystifying the whole Gamergate is just a pile of harassers thing is to like actually come up with names of like who is or who isn't, because you might have noticed in more recent movements there's been a lot of incidents happening where nobody gets named for the specific incident, and then like the group as a whole is just kind of held in this weird mystery zone. Like I know with the Antifa and the BLM stuff, majority of BLM protesters are just protesting, but then somebody sets something on fire. But because everybody's afraid of the bad press, quote unquote, nobody wants to out the arsonist. And then because you didn't out the arsonist, it creates this malaise of your whole movement is like this thing because there's no name to the crime. There's no name to the harassment or the public property damage or the whatever. But the minute you name the person, that makes it clear that it's that person, not the group, the jellyfish.
Do you think most GamerGate people did a good job condemning harassment?
Um, I think most people did a good job. I also think it's hard to come up with a measure of how much is a good job. I think step one is not condoning on any sort of personal public level. But then after that, what steps you're supposed to take, I'm not sure. Because after some point, it does kind of become sort of like compulsory virtue signaling. And so I don't know how much you needed to do, but if everybody I met generally just said out loud, I don't condone. And for me, that was enough. Just that everyone said that same thing.
If you saw someone quote unquote on your side doing something you thought was bad, how would you handle that situation?
I tell other people. I, I, I did not personally end up like saying that about individuals, but I saw several incidences where somebody did something, not illegal, but like kind of jerky or mean or not nice, and then somebody else says like, hey, that's not nice, and then somebody else says, hey, send me a screenshot of what they did. This is something I really want to point out the GamerGate people did that I think was really good, which was if somebody said so and so is a jerk, 90% of the time what I saw was somebody asking, show me the screenshot, show me the evidence that they're a jerk, and then I will call them a jerk too if the evidence sort of shows it. But there was a skepticism about just taking accusations at face value that I actually think was very healthy. It was very refreshing to see in a group.
Yeah. You don't have to answer or talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during Gamergate from either side or from third-party trolls?
I never experienced direct harassment. What I did experience was sort of a chilling effect in my personal life from a few angles, and a chilling effect online. And I had to kind of adjust and decide what to do about that. But I did not, there was no harassment directly. I was never called any direct names. I was misgendered a lot, which is kind of funny. You know, apparently I am just a dude. I am perpetually a dude no matter what I say, I guess. Okay, fine. Weird hill to die on.
And you also made a video because somebody said that you're too pretty to think or something? Or
Oh yeah, no. I experienced the Uno thought theory, which is like, because it's because a lot of people perceive Gamergate as being anti-feminist or anti-female, that then you can't be a woman and be in support of Gamergate unless you're like I was saying earlier, a fake gamer girl, a poser, which was really funny coming out of anti-Gamergate because that's literally it's just the gamer girl argument. But it's okay when we do it, you know.
why do you think the media largely didn't cover harassment against Gamergate supporters?
Because I think in a lot of situations, the Gamergate supporters. This is gonna sound bad. The Gamergate supporters were not important individuals or individuals with a type of influence that the media was trying to tap and or wanted to tap in the future. Um, if you have an anonymous person who gets doxxed and they turn out to be somebody who works at Walmart and they've got 4 kids and they live in a trailer park and they're just living their life. That's not salacious enough to cover. If the person who was harassed is a Twitch streamer and they have a following of X amount of people, and also they happen to be in a political alignment which kind of jives with the current zeitgeist, that will get you clicks. And I think the problem is that Gamergate was a consumer movement, so literally the people of Gamergate they were consumers. They were not the people that mattered to the media to report about.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
It was funny. I don't know.
What do you think of the term sea
that was
lining?
that was.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, wait. Just to make sure my fog brain isn't misremembering. Zack Attack was Mombot planting a giant honey pot and then it explodes all over everybody's face, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. That was good. I want to say Mombot is the MVP of the universe because I really like stings that technically don't hurt anybody, but also kind of throw mud in people's faces. I don't know what to call that, but I kind of like how like nobody technically got hurt out of it on either side, but also it was insanely funny.
What do you think of the term sea lining?
I don't know. I never used it personally. Like I saw it around a lot, but I just never found an application in my own language or word use for it.
Yeah, it was mostly something that anti-Gamergate people were obsessed with. They'd use that term constantly, or at least some of them did, to describe
Yeah,
Gamergate.
that is the interesting thing is, and I think you mentioned this in the Nurgle interview, was like sometimes different groups really like attach onto certain words, and then other people like either accept the word given to them or like they deny that word. And yeah, and so like in my own personal universe, I just wasn't too much into the sea lion, but like I kept seeing sea lions, so like I accepted that it was just a thing happening.
Do you have any thoughts on GG Revolt?
Refresh that very quickly. I'm sorry, I just a
There's
fog.
no very quick
Okay,
explanation of GG Revolt.
okay.
Um,
We could.
we can skip it if you want.
Yeah, I. Here's the thing.
It wasn't that important. It
I'm
was a
totally.
small group, small
Yeah, I'm
fringe group.
totally cool. Yeah, I'm totally cool with doing a follow up. I'm just. I literally blanked on that, and a few questions we've done so far, like I've blanked and then like remembered. Like I said, Asaben, I'm sorry. I even confused you with somebody else. I literally just my brain farted and I couldn't figure it out for a minute. You know, but I don't remember GG Revolt. Sorry, GG
That's okay.
Revolt. I
They weren't.
literally
Oh, you don't have
just
to
blanking.
apologize to them.
Okay.
They weren't. They weren't.
I,
They weren't the best people in the world.
okay. I
There were
just
also only like
blanking.
a few dozen of them, so like it doesn't really matter. Though I'm not saying that everybody. See, I'm not saying everybody who posted there was a bad person or anything, but like as a collective, they were not great. Um, in my opinion, can you define what harassment was? Or sorry, can you define what you think harassment is?
Okay. So, I think harassment is anything beyond voicing whatever you want to say in an open space, slash as soon as as soon as you are starting to infringe on the person, the subject of the issue, uh, in a way where they've made it clear they would like you not to. Like you are, I think you are free to stand in an open environment and say, I don't like Bob. I'm trying to come up with a random name. I don't like Bob. Bob can say like, oh, that hurts my feelings. And then you can say, whatever, Bob, I don't like you. But then if you go up to Bob in his face and say, I don't like you, Bob, and he says, well, that really hurts my feeling, please don't say that at me, and turns away. And then you turn to face Bob again to then say that. I know this is really hyperbolic, but anytime it steps over speaking into the void and you are like pursuing the person and they have said, leave me alone, that's harassment. If you are just speaking into space, you should be allowed to speak into space. If you are invading Bob's space to tell him / remind him / spam at him what you think about him, that's harassment.
Do you think we can do 29 questions in the next 21 minutes?
We can try.
What do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
Poor. That's all I gotta say. It was poor. It was another, and I wasn't too surprised because, like what I said about the Iraq invasion earlier, the Iraq War, that it sort of fell in line. It was sort of like I was experiencing this situation for a second time, and I was just amazed that it was happening on this level. Because I kind of felt like, well, war is different than a stupid video game controversy, but apparently we can do it this way. So yeah, it was just poor. Bad.
Are there any journalists you think did a good job covering Gamergate?
I can't name any off the top of my head because I'm going to be very honest. Either I think there were a lot of good journalists who actually avoided the story because they saw the controversy around getting involved and they just chose not to get involved.
Then they weren't a good journalist, in my opinion.
well, no, but I guess what I'm saying is I want to put a little caveat. If it's get involved and give a slanted bias view or don't, I would take don't. So I guess it's on that measure. But yeah, I agree generally that's kind of counterintuitive. But a lot of journalists kind of flip-flopped a lot, and that really ruined their credibility for me. Was like a lot of journalists jumped in early and then switched their minds and then switched their minds again. It was kind of back and forth. I saw some journalists trying to kind of weigh favor with both sides to see who would like them more, turning into kind of a weird popularity contest, like who wants me to write their side of the thing. And that immediately alienated me just off the bat. It's like, okay, you're out, you're off my interest list, whatever. But I can't name a specific person who did an excellent, super great job. I'm sure I'm forgetting the person though. I'm sure there are people I'm just blanking out 10 years after the fact. And I want to give whoever those people are that I don't remember the credit that they should deserve. I'm just being an idiot.
Did anyone in the media reach out to you to interview you to discuss Gamergate? You were a YouTuber at the time who made several videos about the topic.
No. And that's kind of interesting to me because I kept hearing people talk about how much they wanted to reach out to people. There were a lot of people at the time who were like, they're just such misogynistic trolls. If I could only talk to one of them, I totally would. And sometimes I would leave comments in places, kind of trying to, I tried to drum up awareness sometimes of myself because what I was trying to get across was hey, anybody who wants to, talk to anybody, I'm available. But it was kind of a balance of, I was not trying to make a career or a name out of this. I was just trying to make it an awareness of I'm here to talk to. That reasonable person you keep claiming you can't find, I'm around. Here I am. And nobody. Nothing.
That is unfortunate, though also quite telling. Did
The last thing I just want to add to this is if anybody ever tells you that they had no ability to find a quote-unquote ideal candidate for interviewing on the subject at the time, they either were not looking hard enough, parentheses lazy, or they saw people and ignored them on purpose. There is no there wasn't people. They were there. I'm not the only one. There were more vocal people. There were people who were better accredited to talk. There were tons of people around and available.
Another short and easy question for you. Are there any specific articles or videos you want to discuss?
No, because I am blanking out. I didn't prepare for this question. I don't have a specific one I want to bring up. I wish I did.
Did the media's coverage of Gamergate increase or decrease your trust in the media?
It decreased it, but also it gave me a lot of insight in terms of where the rot was or where the rot was coming from. So it taught me a lot. And then when I vaguely tried to get involved in consumer reporting for a while, it gave me a lot of insight into that. And I'm like, in a really messed up, weird way, kind of appreciative of learning to distrust. Because I think what happened is that, like I said earlier on in my life, I gained a little bit of distrust, but then it sort of malaised over for a while. Excuse me. I remember I got like sort of politically depressed after a while after Bush got a second term, just because I felt like a lot of that had to do with media stuff, and just a lot of weird things like again, I'm trying not to go on too long, but there was this point where it became okay to say that you don't support the Iraq War, and that was very disgusting to me. And then to sort of see Gamergate happen again, it tied into all this stuff, and yeah, I want to tell everybody, treat the media as a provider of info, not a provider of truth. It provides you info to make your life easier so you don't have to do the research. But is it true information? Never assume it's true information. Don't.
All right, if a journalist who got Gamergate wrong, in your view, is reading this now, what do you want them to reconsider?
I want them to reconsider the underlying tenets or points that I've sort of been bringing up here over and over again, which is that the whole problem, the whole snowball, really came down to a lack of disclosure, accountability, and just immediately addressing it. And this will repeat itself. Gamergate will repeat itself in some way or form as a backlash against any other journalistic field or whatever if you don't disclose, if you don't address problems at the time in a professional, concise way. This will just happen again, and I hope this is a lesson to prevent that from happening again.
What do you think the media can learn about how they learn from how they covered Gamergate?
I think what they can learn is that protecting your own doesn't work when there isn't, I don't know what to call it, huge existential things that you can convey to the general audience. Like going back to the Watergate thing that I talked about earlier, you can tell the public, you can, as Walter Cronkite or any famous anchor, stare into the camera and tell the audience, I cannot name my sources because they are in danger right now because of how hot the story is. I am not naming them for their own safety. I am protecting them for their own physical safety. People understand that. In that context, it makes sense. Do not protect people because of a dumb flub that can get addressed, acknowledged, and then worked through. That's the problem. The scale of what happened was so minor, and it blew up into a huge explosion because the way that it was dealt with did not scale or did not line up with the proportion of what had happened.
Have you seen the Wikipedia article about Gamergate?
I've not checked it lately. I've checked it like a few years ago, and I've just become very like I took the black pill a long time ago in terms of how general coverage or sort of the historical retrospective of Gamergate is at this point.
Would you like to see the narrative, quote unquote, on Gamergate change in your lifetime?
I would. I just hope that it happens in time for it to help people. And what I mean by that is like, I feel like the Iraq War narrative turned around, changed, whatever you want to call it, sort of after it could have been helpful. I think a lot of things in history get righted eventually, quote unquote, righted, way after it could have been useful. And I guess I just hope that somehow the record is set straight before it happens again in some other capacity. I would just like it to be the lesson. Kind of like I hope at the end of the day, Me Too was impactful enough on the film industry that even if there are lingering Weinsteins, legacy Weinsteins, I guess you could call them, that in the future, executives that get in that position do not take on that persona because they look back at Me Too and say, like, that's not going to end well for me. I'm going to take this as a lesson and not repeat history.
Has your conscious experience as a human been made worse to any degree because of the negative narrative about Gamergate?
Yeah, I mean, gaslighting always makes you feel bad.
All right, what's your favorite video game?
Oh, that's tough. So currently, I'm being a basic B, and I'm really into Tears of the Kingdom. I'm doing a run where I only have 4 hearts and just max stamina bar, and that's my life. And then people are like, but Amy, or oh shit, fuck.
It's okay, I can edit that for the book if you want. Edit that out.
But
Or are you okay with that? It's up to you.
chips, but chips. What you are you said you have some kind of coordination issues, right? Right? Well, yeah, but that's the fun part, is making life sad for myself. So that's the current one. The other one is well, thinking back, I really like Littlewood. I like a lot of games that, I don't know how to put it. I like a lot of games that I can't necessarily play well. Silent Hill 3 is always going to be a favorite. Trying to think back. I mean, Yoshi's Island. I have to come up with a list. Oddworld, the Oddworld games, before they got bought out by Microsoft, that kind of stuff.
Did you attend a Gamergate meetup?
Yeah, and I will still say that several people owe me a sandwich. Not because there was any kind of an exchange of anything, but because I just decided for no good reason after the fact that I would, just constantly bother these people that, hey, you never bought me a sandwich after the meetup. You should do that. And it is my stupid meme that has no basis on anything that I will keep pushing. But yeah, no, I went to a meetup, and like I said earlier, it was a highly diverse, varied group of people. And we met somewhere that I would say was sort of the hotbed of anti-Gamergate, which was kind of an interesting, risky procedure. And it felt a little bit like a spy operation. Like, a bunch of people were around a place at the time. And then it was like trying to figure out, like do you do Morse code with your foot or something? Like how do you signal? And that was pretty funny.
Well, they might have a chance to buy you that sandwich after all. Because how would you feel about us getting together like once every 10 years or something like that and doing like a GamerGate reunion?
I could totally do that. I'd love to meet people and sort of talk about things as time progresses because I really feel like I've over time developed a much more nuanced understanding of everything. And I find that fascinating in and of itself. Like on a psychology level, it's interesting how as time progresses, your opinion, your thoughts change and change and change and change. And I do understand. I feel like I've seen a bit of this happen already, but I do understand like there are photos, of like 50 years after the Civil War. You see a photo of like two very old men, and one is a Union soldier and one is a Confederate soldier, and they're just sitting in chairs talking with each other at that point, just casually. And the reason why is so much time has elapsed, so many life events have happened since then that they're they want to share that experience that they had together in that moment, regardless of like any deeper context. It's just the surface context of I was there and you were there, and let's just talk about how we were there. And I think that's like cool. I think that's very cool, and I would totally participate.
Cool. We only have about like 6 minutes left. I can go slightly over that maybe, but so let's do like a
You can
super
cut me
lightning.
off and yell at me at any time. Go for it.
I'm too nice. Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during GamerGate?
Yeah. So, um, uh, without naming names, actually, I had a lot of big professional breakthroughs with GamerGate in the sense that I got into consumer reporting because I met people who were, I don't know what to call it. They were the good ones, the good journalists or whatever you want to call it, and they were like, hey, did you know that you have talent? You can actually like do review stuff. You probably are good at nonfiction short form article writing. And I was like, what's that? And I literally got a tremendous amount of education in the Associated Press writing style, formatting, how to be an editor. I got a tremendous education out of Gamergate accidentally. And then as a side effect of that, I went from being somebody who just wrote whatever was coming out of their head onto the keyboard to being able to professionally produce written matter in a legible, consumable form. And I can't put a price on that. That was a very priceless experience. And it also really reinvigorated sort of my trust and faith in the idea of genuinely working with people, of not being totally self-employed on my own, buoy in the middle of the ocean, but working with a team again. Because I had felt very wounded by my past experiences of working in groups. And so in a messed up, strange way, I was really helped out. And it was all through the Gamergate, sort of circuit.
Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or GamerGate related art projects?
I think our projects are always good. I think Vivian James is a very funny mascot because she's very iconic. She's so iconic that people can cause a stir at a convention by cosplaying the character. And I think that is legend. So I can't name a specific project I'm tracking right now that's happening, but like I support all uh, projects that somehow document something that happened in internet history.
What was your favorite moment during GamerGate?
My favorite moment. Um, I think my favorite moment is a very stupid situation where I'm on a Skype call and I swear to God, there's like 40 icons in the bar. There's way too many people. People are interrupting each other. People are getting muted by other people. And it's like, I don't know, everybody, it's like some giant group gathering. And somewhere in that line of icons, is Sargon of Akkad, like really close to my little icon, and I'm just kind of staring at it like I'm anthropomorphizing in my head, like I'm in some kind of a giant theater, and I'm just one seat away from this person. And it was the best time ever because Sargon of Akkad never got a word in. The people running this call had fought tooth and nail to convince Sargon to show up, and nobody would let him ever say anything. And he was too British to interrupt anybody. And it was the greatest thing on earth. It was excellent. It was like 2 hours of staring at his icon, occasionally lighting up, and then immediately going off, and then lighting up again, and then immediately just... It was brilliant. It was the most beautiful thing. It was hilarious.
If you could have changed one thing about GamerGate, what would it be?
The one thing I would have changed is I think I would have tried to encourage people to do more. I'm trying to think of how to put this. I think if there were more focused efforts, everybody was very individualistic, and I understand why. But I also think at the end of the day, the problem, I think, was that a lot of people, there were like a lot of disconnected projects going on that weren't connected together. I mentioned earlier the Diggers. The Diggers, to this day, I would argue, have piles of information that nobody has ever seen. Because they were not interested in being presenters. The Diggers were digging stuff up, and then what they really wanted to do was find presenters, find people to get it out there. And
I'm sorry, these questions are not great for like speed rounds at all. What have you personally learned? What would you personally have done differently during GamerGate?
What would I have personally done different? I think I would have done.
Sorry, I should have let you finish your answer.
Videos.
But
no, it's fine. It's fine. I just
We are so pressed for time, though. We really don't have time, so it's.
Yeah. No, I really should have like made a more formal effort to make videos. That's really my only regret.
All right, let's say it's 10 years from now, and an online movement is looking to GamerGate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
My advice for them is that you need to pay attention to... I'm trying to think of how to phrase this really condensedly. You need to stay on target, and you need to really, really downplay any personalization in terms of people's names in what you're complaining about. If it's about ethics in gaming, you have to really make sure that there isn't opportunities to switch the narrative up to it being a harassment campaign, because that was the problem here, was that the mainstream media kept latching onto the convenient narrative that served them, and you somehow have to deny them that narrative by focusing on what you're really, really going after.
All right. What have you personally learned from GamerGate?
What have I personally learned? What I have personally learned is I have a faith in humanity in general sort of reinstated, because when something goes really wrong, random strangers will actually stand together and say, like, something is really wrong, and you're not, I don't know what to call it, you're not the crazy one. Like, if something's genuinely happening and it's genuinely not okay, other people see that, and they acknowledge that, and they want to do something about that.
Do you see parallels between GamerGate and the way society currently discusses issues?
Yeah, the labeling's just gotten a lot harder and a lot more immediate. I feel like with Gamergate, it took a while for the sexist label to get like really sunk in, and I feel like it's happening more immediate now. The first time a news outlet is putting an article out about something, they're putting an accusation right then and there. It's all right. It's racist. It's very forward and front, where I feel like when Gamergate happened, it took a while for them to decide on labeling.
What do you think of the leaderless and decentralized nature of GamerGate?
I think it was perfect, and I think other movements need to take note of that kind of a situation because you need to keep the focus on the point and not on the personalities. That was the biggest problem with people like Milo, is Milo is a personality. He was funny. I laughed at Milo, but he was kind of becoming a face, kind of becoming a mascot. And you got to try to keep the focus on the concept, the idea, the drive that is bringing all these people together, not on a figurehead.
Real quick, Mr. Fibble in the chat asks, "You got a stagecoach to ask or to catch or something? What's the rush?" Uh, I'm going to a concert, and I'm supposed to be picking somebody up. That's what the rush is, and so they're relying on me to be their ride. Okay, so I'm gonna skip one, but it's gonna be covered more or less in the next question, and that is, do you think GamerGate was successful?
I think it was. I think it was successful in the context that I think it was the little guy biting back at the big guy and reminding the big guy that the little guy has some teeth. And I think that's important. I think it's always important for no matter what is sort of in the power position of the situation to know that they're only in the power position because A, they are big. That's the truth. That's the Darwinian aspect of it. They're big. But it's also because the tinier thing is conceding to them to some extent. And the little thing can at any time decide to try to bite back.
If you could do it all over again, Porcelain, would you?
I think I'd have to. I think I can't help myself. I feel like I was raised to really be somebody who, you know, pushes back against this kind of stuff. That was kind of a heavy narrative growing up. You know, again, I know you're pressed for time. I won't go into it, but it was always sort of a glorified narrative in my family growing up. The idea of, you know, if there's an injustice, if there's an oppressive force, and you can, and to whatever capacity you can, you should. And I felt like I did that here, and I would do it again.
What do you think of this interview project?
I think it's smart. I think if anybody, or if you're looking for a reference point of anything vaguely similar, I would point to the book Hiroshima. That's what I kind of think this has in common. Is Hiroshima was literally one guy went on the ground after the bombs dropped, and he did a huge report. It was huge, multiple pages, like over 100 pages report. It was in a newspaper for several weeks. You know, they post parts of it, they publish parts. And then in the end, everybody looked at it and just said, you know, you could just bind this as a book and then sell it as a book, and then people can keep this as a record of what happened as is. You don't need to, like, I don't know, invest a huge amount of excess time into creating a bunch of extra content material. This is good as is. And I think your book is a good format, sort of following in that tradition.
Some people reading this might hold a negative view of Gamergate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
First, I want to tell those people that they have the right to have an opinion that doesn't line up with anybody else. That is the most important thing you can have as an independent thinking human being, is your own thoughts. I disagree with those thoughts. I think Gamergate was a good thing that happened, but I will never tread on your personal opinion about something.
All right. Last question, and normally I would allow you to go wherever you want, but anything else you want to talk about regarding Gamergate?
Last thing I guess I would just want to say is I just want to thank anybody and everybody I interacted with. If I had a positive or negative interaction, if you ended up blocking me at the end of our interaction for whatever reason, I just want to acknowledge our, and you know, this is going to sound very hippy dippy, but I just want to acknowledge like our shared human experience, and that I saw you, no matter who you are. I didn't discount you as a person. You are you. Thank you for saying what you felt at the time. I saw you. You're still good. You're valid. You're great. best of luck to you. Even if I said you're a poop head.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much, Porcelain. I do apologize to you and to the audience for me having to leave. Again, I do have to go give somebody a ride, and so thank you again so much, and have a good night. We're gonna be rating Stardust, so say hi to her, jump into her chat, tell her Tachyon sent you. All right, have a good night, everybody. Normally, I'd let you chat with me after if you want, but I really gotta go.